Chapter 750. The snowflakes fell like feathers, and the sword was like the moon in the sky. Shenzong slightly raised his eyelids. Radiance shot out from deep within his eyes. Following that, a dazzling red light swept across the world. The blazing heat melted all the snow within a radius of 10 meters. The falling snowflakes evaporated into white smoke that rose into the air. This sword was like duckweed that had no fixed location. It was like a feather in the wind that had no trajectory to follow. It was also like the drifting snowflakes in the world, light and agile. Great sword technique. In the villa, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was startled as he exclaimed softly. The scorching sword scar went straight ahead and destroyed the sword light of the first sword attendant. It was like a hot knife through butter. The first sword attendant had a solemn expression. He realized that he couldn't avoid this sword no matter what he did. His aura was completely locked on, and he could only take it head on. With a flick of his wrist, the sword vibrated and let out a piercing sound. It turned into countless snowflakes that surrounded the first sword attendant, protecting him from all angles. However, the sword that arrived through the gaps between the snowflakes. It made the impossible possible. The sword slashed on the first sword attendant and sent him flying. Shenzong was here to challenge Sword Monarch Flying Snow. He didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest. Naturally, he wouldn't kill anyone for no reason. Sword Monarch Flying Snow, I have yet to learn the way of the sword. Do you think this sword is pleasing to your eyes? Shenzong's clear voice echoed in the snow as he sheathed the red jade sword. Great sword technique. The voice drifted over amidst the snow. Following that, a pale figure appeared in front of Shenzong. It was as though this person had been standing there for a long time and had become one with the villa and the falling snow. This made Shenzong's pupils shrink slightly. All of you step back. Sword Monarch Flying Snow stared at Shenzong. His clear eyes were filled with radiance. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword, silently slicing apart the falling snow. Yes, everyone, including the first sword attendant, stepped aside and stood straight. My sword hasn't been unsheathed for 5 years. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's clear eyes became indifferent as he stared at Shenzong. This made Shenzong feel a chill in his body. I heard that you defeated the Mountain Sword, Green Goose Sword, and Swimming Dragon Sword. After seeing the essence of your sword, you are indeed qualified to make me unsheath my sword. It is indeed my honor. Shenzong smiled. An invisible aura spread out from the two of them like invisible sharp swords, clashing in the air with a distance of tens of meters between them. The moment Sword Master Flying Snow appeared, the battle had already begun. The Sword Monarch Flying. Sword Monarch Flying Snow opened his mouth once again. His voice was even colder and seemed to contain traces of sharpness. It filled the air endlessly, causing the falling snowflakes to carry traces of formless sword chi. All the snow in this world is my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a snowflake turned into a sword and shot towards Shenzong. The chill penetrated through his body, using snowflakes as a sword to attack. This method was indeed not ordinary. Shenzong's eyes brightened. He too did not unsheath his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword to attack. Under his finger, the air rippled like water. With a pop sound, the snowflake shattered. The formless sword chi also dissipated. However, more snowflakes were swept up by the wind. They let out a woo-woo sound as they were blown towards Shenzong. Every snowflake contained a terrifying sword chi. It was extremely sharp and could easily kill an ordinary extreme mortal realm 4th stage warrior. Shenzong still did not unsheath his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword. The air rippled like water. With just this one finger, an invisible strand of sword chi circled around him like a thread. It was extremely agile like a soaring dragon. Not only did it resist the snowflakes that came flying from all directions, it even destroyed them one by one. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's eyes brightened. Shenzong's technique of using his finger as a sword was extremely exquisite. It made Sword Monarch Flying Snow excited. After hearing that Shenzong had defeated the Yu Shan Sword, Qing Yin Sword, and Swimming Dragon Sword, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was slightly interested. But now, a trace of battle intent rose from his heart uncontrollably. A melodious sword cry resounded across the sky. A snow-white sword light rose up as if it was rushing towards the clouds. The wind and snow swirled around, making it hard to see clearly. Soon after, the snow-white sword light made a turn in midair. It seemed light, but it was extremely strong and domineering. Before the sword light arrived, Chunzong could already feel the terrifying sword pressure on his body. This sword was similar to the first sword technique used by the first sword servant. Or rather, it was the same technique. But the same technique used by the first sword servant was completely different from the one used by Sword Monarch Flying Snow. It was stronger and more mysterious. If it was used by the first sword servant, there were still traces to be found. But when it was used by Sword Monarch Flying Snow, it was hard to find any flaws. This sword allowed Chunzong to see Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword technique. It was extremely profound and did not disappoint the title of Sword Monarch. The stronger Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword technique was, the happier Chunzong would be. Only then would he not disappoint himself. Thinking of this, he unsheathed the red jade sword. The scarlet sword light pierced through the sky like a rainbow. The real battle had begun. The sword servants of Flying Snow Manor stared with their eyes wide open. They stared at Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword and Chunzong's sword. This was a battle between swordsmanship experts. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's cultivation was at the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. But he did not use all of his cultivation. He only controlled it to be at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. This was because Chunzong's cultivation was at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. After leaving the Tai Yuan Sky Sect at the peak of the 3rd level of the extreme mortal realm, he had not stopped cultivating for the past few months. Finally, he made a breakthrough and reached the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. The early stage of the extreme mortal realm made Chunzong even more powerful. Against Sword Monarch Flying Snow, Chunzong did not have any intention to hold back. He would only be able to enjoy himself if he used all of his strength. The sword light surged and shattered. As the two swords clashed, a terrifying force tore the surroundings apart and shattered countless snowflakes. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's expression changed abruptly. From Chunzong's sword, he could feel an extremely frightening energy pressing down on him. That was spiritual energy, but it was of an extremely high quality and extremely pure spiritual energy. It was even more frightening than the spiritual energy that he cultivated from his martial technique. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than Chunzong's, he would have been defeated by Chunzong in a clash of spiritual energy. Luckily, although he had limited his cultivation, the purity of his spiritual energy was not affected. He was still at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's cultivation technique was only a mid-level spiritual art, which was considered normal. Under the same level, the purity of his spiritual energy could not be compared to Chunzong's. However, his sword art was indeed brilliant. As he closed in, he held his sword horizontally against the snowstorm. Snowflakes filled the sky and danced wildly in the air. The two figures clashed against each other in the snowstorm. Their swords clashed again and again, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The terrifying sound waves mixed with a powerful force tore the snowflakes apart, causing dust to fill the air. The heat caused by the swords slicing through the air even melted part of the snowflakes. There were no specific moves. Instead, he was able to react according to the situation. His goal was to defeat his opponent. This was an extremely high level of swordsmanship. It was no longer restricted to specific moves and was not restricted by moves. It allowed one to integrate one's own strength into the long sword as one wished. It allowed one to have perfect control, judge the situation, and unleash it to the fullest. After exchanging blows, Chunzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow confirmed that their opponent had mastered the power of the sword, and his mastery of it was not low either. The power of the sword was the power of the heavens and earth. Mastering the power of the heavens and earth would not only allow one to utilize the power of the heavens and earth to increase one's strength, but would also allow one to adapt to the surrounding environment better, allowing one to unleash one's strength to its fullest potential. In a battle between martial artists, one's strength might be important, but the surrounding environment was also very important. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all indispensable. After a moment, the intense and ear-piercing sword hum finally quieted down. The snowflakes that were torn apart gradually faded away. Sword Monarch Flying Snow stood proudly with his sword pointed at Shenzong. The snow-white sword light flickered and emitted a frightening chill. With the red jade sword in his hand, it hung down naturally. Traces of light flowed on the sword like a soaring dragon. Great sword art. Sword Monarch Flying Snow did not conceal his admiration. Shenzong's sword art had indeed surprised him. It was very powerful and brilliant. Furthermore, it gave off a feeling of being able to learn from many different martial arts. This was undoubtedly a difficult path. The difficulty of seeking the Tao was known by all. Sword Monarch's sword art is truly marvelous. Shenzong laughed. My sword Tao is called Flying Snow. Sword Monarch Flying Snow laughed. The Flying Snow sword that was pointed at Shenzong turned around and placed horizontally in front of him. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's eyes landed on the cold snow-white sword. His eyes were reflected like water and had some gentleness. Soon after, Sword Monarch Flying Snow gently flicked his finger. As the snow-white sword trembled, it let out a melodious sword hum. The air rippled like water. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's aura became even colder. Countless snowflakes seemed to be condensing behind his back. They were like swords revolving around him. Using the name Flying Snow to forge the Flying Snow Sword Tao. My sword Tao is my heart, Shenzong said softly. His eyes became deeper and his aura became more ethereal. The red jade sword was like a swimming dragon. Sword Monarch Flying Snow chuckled. He used his left hand's fingers like a sword and swiped across the Flying Snow sword. As the snowy light spread out, the Flying Snow sword melted like snow and turned into snowflakes. They gradually spread out like dancing butterflies. The whooshing sound of the wind became even more intense. The surrounding snowflakes fused together with the Flying Snow sword. Every snowflake was emitting a frightening chill. Every snowflake was bringing along an extremely terrifying sharpness. Flying snow, filling the sky, a soft sound drifted in the wind. The sword lights and snowflakes that filled the sky were wrapped by the violent wind. It was like the Milky Way flowing in reverse. It seemed light, but it was actually vast and boundless. It brought along the might of the heavens and earth. Sword Force, Second Heaven, true intent of sword, true intent of snow manifestation realm. Shenzong was inwardly shocked. The strength of this Sword Monarch Flying Snow was indeed terrifying. He was much stronger than those that he challenged previously. Taking a deep breath, the red jade sword that was like a swimming dragon paused for a moment before thrusting forward. Sword Presence, Second Heaven. The manifestation of the true meaning of the sword. Manifestation of the true meaning of wind. I will use this sword to question my heart. That sword light was illusory. It tore the sky apart and went straight towards the flying snow. At that moment, Shenzong was wrapped by the flying snow. Pieces of flying snow pierced towards him like swords. Sword Monarch Flying Snow had a solemn expression. He frowned slightly, and his eyes were flickering with radiance. It was as though he was experiencing a battle between heaven and man. In front of him, there was a seemingly illusory sword light that pierced through the chaotic flying snow and pierced through the sky. Chapter 751. His body was pierced through and riddled with holes before being torn apart by the terrifying power. As the sword light flashed, Shenzong's figure appeared and pierced towards Sword Monarch Flying Snow. Heart questioning. This sword asks my heart, and it also asks your heart. At the very last moment, Sword Monarch Flying Snow finally reacted. He held the Flying Snow sword in his hand and swung it diagonally. Sword Monarch Flying Snow lived up to his name. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's attainments in the Sword Dao were indeed astounding. Not only did he break free from the heart questioning, he even blocked Chunzong's sword with his sword. The tyrannical power was like a snowstorm, forcing Chunzong to retreat. Soon after, Sword Monarch Flying Snow gripped the sword hilt with both his hands. The tip of the Flying Snow sword was pointed downwards. He stabbed it into the ground at an astonishing speed like a falling star. At the moment when the sword stabbed into the ground, Chunzong felt the ground tremble slightly. A frightening chill surged from the ground. Flying Snow, sword domain. The voice was soft, but it was vast and mighty like thunder. The cold wave was like a dragon that swarmed over. The Flying Snow sword that was stabbed into the ground emitted a dazzling white light. It instantly exploded. Pieces of white snow that were suffused with sword light shot out in all directions. Chunzong was in a daze. He realized that he seemed to have been transported through time and space. What he saw was a world of ice and snow. Flying Snow, sword domain. Chunzong was alert and frowned. He heard Sword Monarch Flying Snow's voice very clearly. Sword domain. Using the sword to form a domain. This was a representation of the Sword Dao. It was a representation of a superb realm. Chunzong closed his eyes and opened them after a few breaths. His expression became extremely cold. There was no longer any emotion in his eyes. There was only emptiness and coldness. Within his pupils, it was as though there were two sword scars. Within the sword scars, there was a sharp radiance flowing. Scar's sword pupil. This was a low-grade secret technique within the heavenly Sword Dao. After executing it, one could see through some illusions and so on. Such small techniques might not be very powerful, but they were very useful in certain situations and could not be ignored. With his sword vision, Chunzong realized that the world of ice and snow had disappeared. Instead, there were 49 swords made of ice and snow floating in the air. The ice-snow long sword had no hilt. It was about half a meter long, and its edges were extremely sharp. It emitted an amazing chill and sharpness, which made Chunzong feel a chill in his heart. He is actually able to break free from the illusion. Sword Monarch Flying Snow was astonished. Soon after, he used his finger as a substitute for a sword and lightly swiped across, causing the 49 Flying Snow swords to revolve rapidly. This so-called Flying Snow sword field was actually just a Flying Snow sword formation. Compared to a real sword field, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even if it was just a sword formation, it still possessed extremely terrifying power. Following the movement of Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword fingers, 2 Flying Snow swords pierced through the air. The terrifying cold energy was like the roar of a dragon. Chunzong swung his sword and repelled 2 Flying Snow swords. Then, more Flying Snow swords came at him. 8, 16. The more Flying Snow swords there were, the stronger and more terrifying the chill was. This made Chunzong's expression even more solemn. Furthermore, what made Chunzong feel troublesome was that after the Flying Snow sword were shattered, they would reform again. There would always be 49 Flying Snow swords, and it would never decrease or increase. In the end, the 49 Flying Snow swords came at him from all directions. It was as if 49 sword experts were attacking Chunzong at the same time. The pressure was indescribable. With the red jade sword in his hand, Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. He fully activated his spiritual awareness and covered the surroundings. He grasped the trajectory of the 49 Flying Snow swords and blocked them with his sword. He could only block them. I have to break this formation, Chunzong thought to himself. At this point, Chunzong could also see that this was not a real sword field. It was just a formation formed by swords. It was a special application method, but its power was astonishing. If it was a real sword field, Chunzong would not have any power to resist. Break the formation. This seemed to be the only way now. But how to break the formation? Taking a deep breath, the wind and clouds surged. A large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth was absorbed into Chunzong's body. He quickly refined it and expelled the turbid chi. The red jade sword vibrated and moved faster and faster. The sword edge cut the air, leaving two faint black traces. The buzzing sound was ear-piercing. If other people heard it, they would feel dizzy and weak. His right hand grasped the sword hilt, and his left palm supported the sword head. He gently rubbed it. Chunzong's eyes became sharper and sharper. Sky-piercing sword, splitting sky. His voice was low, but it carried a terrifying sharpness. The red jade sword was covered with a layer of sharp golden light. His left palm trembled slightly. A strong force suddenly burst out and pushed the red jade sword. His right hand also exerted force and slashed forward. Under the superposition of the two forces, the red jade sword was not only faster and stronger, but also more violently vibrated. Chi-chi sounds could be heard. It was as though a cloth was being torn apart. The red jade sword had already broken through the air. The scarlet sword light was suffused with a trace of icy cold sharpness. Wherever it passed, everything would be sliced apart, leaving behind a long, faint black trace. The flying snow sword was instantly destroyed and turned into snow fog. The terrifying force made it hard for the flying snow sword to reform. The sharpness of this sword was unparalleled. Its power was astonishing and nothing could block it. It was as though it could tear apart the void. From afar, Sword Monarch Flying Snow's expression changed. He was overwhelmed with shock. That sharpness made him feel as though his entire body was being torn apart. With a single sword, a gap was formed in the sword array of the Flying Snow Sword domain. Before the sword array could reform, Chunzong had already merged with his sword and stepped out from the gap. His body was agile and light like a feather, yet he was as fast as lightning. He took advantage of the situation and slashed towards Sword Monarch Flying Snow. The sword attendants of the Flying Snow Manor could not help but squint their eyes. They could not see Chunzong's figure at all. They could only see a dazzling sword light slicing through the sky. Flying Snow Sword. Avalanche. Sword Monarch Flying Snow had a solemn expression. He held tightly onto the newly formed Flying Snow Sword. The body of the sword seemed to have become extremely heavy. It was as though a snow mountain had been compressed. As the sword was dragged upwards, it brought along a shocking whistling sound. It rumbled as though the snow mountain was collapsing and destroying the world. Avalanche was weak at the start, but it would rapidly increase in strength and eventually engulf the world. This sword move was created by Sword Monarch Flying Snow after observing the snow mountain for 3 years. After that, he spent another 3 years perfecting it. Once it was executed, it would be like the snow mountain collapsing. It would turn into a huge wave and become stronger and stronger. This sword move, Avalanche, was a heavy sword move. When it was executed, the flying snow sword disappeared and was replaced by a rolling snow wave. A terrifying aura surged over. Chunzong almost suffocated. In front of him, it was as though a snow mountain was collapsing. Third sword move. This Sword Monarch Flying Snow had already comprehended his sword move to the third sword move. The sword light turned into a ball and engulfed Chunzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow. It brought along an extremely terrifying tension as it surged forward. Everywhere it passed, the ground would be split open by 3 chi. Another violent explosion sounded. The ball formed by the sword light exploded. Sword lights that were as thick as an arm shot out in all directions. They split up again and became even finer. Pu chi pu chi. The air within a radius of a few hundred meters was turned into a sieve. The ground was split open, leaving behind sword marks that were as thick as a finger. They were of different lengths, but they were all frightening. They emitted a frightening wave of sword chi. Chunzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow's swords clashed. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Frightening waves were constantly emitted from their bodies. After that, both of them smiled in unison, and the extremely terrifying and fierce auras on their bodies were restrained along with this. Sword lights flashed, and only 2 lively and lifelike sword flowers were left behind before both of their swords returned to their sheaths. Little friend Chin's sword technique is superb. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Sword Monarch Flying Snow laughed. He wasn't jealous at all. Sword Monarch, you praise me. Chinzong laughed as well. If not for Sword Monarch holding back, I would have already lost. Little friend, you must be joking. We are competing in sword technique, not cultivation. Sword Monarch Flying Snow said. Furthermore, I used my cultivation of the fifth sky for the last sword move. For the avalanche, Sword Monarch Flying Snow not only used the third sword move, he also raised his cultivation to the early stage of the fifth sky of the mortal realm. With that, he was able to block Chunzong's sky splitting sword. The sky splitting sword wasn't a sword move of the will sword doctrine. It was a sword move of the heavenly sword doctrine. It was extremely powerful and frightening. Chunzong used the void sword force to activate it. He merged the sword intent, wind intent, and gold intent of the manifestation realm to reach the most powerful state he could perform. With that, he was able to break through the flying snow sword formation and force Sword Monarch Flying Snow to use the avalanche sword style. However, Chunzong knew that if Sword Monarch Flying Snow used his full strength, he wouldn't be a match for him. Although Sword Monarch Flying Snow only cultivated a mid-rank spiritual skill, his sword technique was extremely profound. With the seventh sky of the mortal realm's cultivation, coupled with the third sword move, it would only be more powerful. Little friend, if you don't mind, why don't you stay here for a few days so that we can have sword discussion? Sword Monarch Flying Snow smiled. Since Sword Monarch has invited me, how would I dare to reject? This was also what Chunzong wanted. Sword Monarch Flying Snow was a senior in the Tao of the Sword. He had been in it for a longer time than Chunzong. The reason why Chunzong challenged him was because he wanted to learn from him and increase his understanding of the Tao of the Sword. Now that the battle was over, he had gained something. If he could have a sword discussion with Sword Monarch Flying Snow, his gains would be even greater. How could Chunzong refuse? Seeing that Chunzong agreed without hesitation, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was even happier. Chunzong was very young and could be considered as a junior in the Tao of the Sword. However, his talent and attainments in the Tao of the Sword were extremely profound. Compared to Sword Monarch Flying Snow, Sword Monarch Flying Snow wasn't much weaker. Thinking back, when Sword Monarch Flying Snow was about the same age as Chunzong, his attainments in the Tao of the Sword were many times weaker than Chunzong's. In the Great Thousand World, there were countless living beings. Many people felt like old friends at first sight. But at this moment, Chunzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow felt like old friends after the battle. In a backyard of the Flying Snow Villa, there was a pavilion. The pavilion was beside a cliff. Looking down, one could see a sea of trees that stretched for miles. Outside the pavilion, there was wind and snow. The ground was covered in white and was wrapped in silver. Within the pavilion, there were two people sitting on the ground. They were Chunzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow. Between the two of them, there was a snow-white round table that looked as if it was made of ice and snow. On top of the table, there was a heater with fine wine in it. As they drank the warm wine, they talked about the Tao of the Sword and interacted with each other. For 10 days, the two of them didn't move at all. However, their gains were huge. After 10 days, Chunzong stood up and bowed to Sword Monarch Flying Snow before bidding farewell. Taking a step, he walked down the mountain like a feather in the wind. The wind and snow whistled, covering the slight footprints left behind by Chunzong. It was as if he had never been here. Chapter 752. Kill them all. Kill all the men. Kill the older women too. I've already killed 15. Which one of you has killed more than me? I've killed 14. I'm about to surpass you. Kill, 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 kill. This girl is so pretty. I'm going to take her back. Shouts, hideous laughter, screams, begging for mercy, and cries of death all mixed together. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, filling the area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters and gradually drifting away. Gradually, the shouts and screams quieted down and were replaced by malicious threats. Let's go. Take this batch of goods and go back immediately. With this batch of goods, we can turn them in. I wonder what kind of reward we'll get when the time comes. Don't think too much. No matter how good the reward is, It'll be the fort masters who get it first. When it's distributed to us, it probably won't be much. A group of young and middle-aged men exuding murderous auras were talking while driving away more than 20 women between the ages of 10 and 30. Regardless of age, they were all good-looking. However, they had been reduced to prisoners and had witnessed the other villagers being wantonly slaughtered like pigs and dogs. They had long been scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, their lips were bloodless, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were like cattle and sheep that had lost their souls as they were driven forward. What a strong smell of blood! Chunzong's nose twitched slightly, and he frowned slightly as he looked in the direction of the smell of blood. His eyes flashed. He could vaguely see that the air 10,000 meters ahead seemed to be filled with a layer of faint red mist. Without a doubt, that was the source of the smell of blood. Not long ago, a fierce battle must have taken place there. Chunzong did not stop walking. He quickly walked forward. Then, his expression changed drastically. His eyes shone with horror, and a murderous intent uncontrollably emerged from his heart. It was not a battle. If it was a battle, it would be normal for both sides to kill each other and die. It would have nothing to do with him. But the scene in front of him was obviously a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Disemboweled, dirty water flowing all over the ground. Beheaded, eyes wide open and filled with fear. A white-haired old man was split in half. His eyes were filled with despair. A strong middle-aged man was cut in half. His eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. A 3-year-old child's body was smashed into pieces. His innocent eyes were filled with confusion. He did not know that his young life had died here before he could experience the wonders of the world. Scene after scene jumped into Chunzong's eyes. The red jade sword seemed to be able to sense Chunzong's current state of mind. It couldn't help but tremble, emitting a faint sword hum. Traces of terrifying killing intent circled around its body, causing the temperature to plummet. What a ruthless thief! He won't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. A shout suddenly sounded like a clap of thunder. At the same time, a cold sword light broke through the air like a shooting star. It was fast, sharp, and light. It was full of killing intent. It would not stop until Chunzong was dead. The sword light was swallowing. Before the sword arrived, it had already pierced through the air. The sharp chill attacked. Chunzong's reaction was very fast. The moment the sword came, he had already seen it. The red jade sword was unsheathed. It turned into a red light and pierced through the sky. The sword shattered the star-like sword light, but Chunzong did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he shouted, "Hold on! Thief deserves to die." That person paid no attention to Chunzong and attacked with his sword in hand once more. The sword split into two into four into 8, and finally transformed into 64 sword lights. Numerous sword lights tore through the sky like meteors, and it seemed as if a meteor shower was descending from the sky, and all of them shot towards Chunzong. 64 sword lights, bright and stunning, contained a terrible killing intent. The man obviously thought Chunzong was the murderer who killed the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Therefore, he attacked without mercy. Every sword was full of killing intent. He would not stop until he killed Chunzong. Chunzong understood this, but he would not stand still and let Chunzong kill him. With a slight twist and shake of his wrist, the red jade sword followed an incomparably mysterious trajectory, shuttling back and forth between the gaps of the 64 flying flame meteor sword lights. It was as nimble as a fish swimming in the water, or as agile as a dragon swimming in the wind and clouds of the ninth heaven. Since he could not communicate with him, he would defeat him with strength first. 64 streaks of sword light struck the ground and exploded, forming a large area. However, Chunzong was nowhere to be seen. As the sword flashed, the long sword in the man's hand trembled. A terrible force shook the man's fingers, and the sword in his hand fell. At least 70% of a sword warrior's strength was on the sword. Without the sword, his strength would be reduced significantly. These people were not killed by me. Chunzong stared at the man and said word by word. This person was a woman dressed in white. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she didn't look very old. She had a baby face, and her eyes were big and watery. Her sword was shot down. Her big eyes showed a trace of fear. When she heard Qinzong's words, she quickly reacted. She picked up the sword and held it tightly. She stared at Qinzong with full vigilance. She looked around with the corner of her eyes, and then her expression eased little by little. I just arrived and saw such a terrible scene. Do you know who did it? Qinzong asked again. I'm not sure. I'm starting to investigate. The baby-faced woman spoke. Her voice was childish and clear. Nodding, Qinzong did not speak again. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed, and a sword mark appeared in his pupils. Scar sword pupil. Before he completely perfected the Mind Sword Doctrine, the Heavenly Sword Way and the Dark Feather Way of the Heavenly Sword Way were useful to him. The Scar Sword pupil could not only see through some illusions, but could also see even more subtle clues. Putting away his sword pupil, Qinzong followed the traces and chased after them. The killing intent had been born. If he did not kill, his heart would not be at ease. Mind Sword Doctrine. Mind had to follow the heart. It was not to punish evil and promote good. It was not to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It was only to be at ease for his own doubt. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill. What are you doing? The baby-faced woman hurriedly asked. However, Qinzong ignored her. They did not know each other, and Qinzong did not intend to. Did you discover something? The baby-faced woman did not get angry. Instead, she used her movement technique to chase after him. She asked as she chased. Qinzong still did not reply. He used the Xuanxin shape-shifting technique. His body fluttered in the wind, and his feet did not touch the ground. He shot forward like lightning, and gradually, he left the baby-faced woman behind. Wait for me. The baby-faced woman was more and more certain that Qinzong had discovered something. She chased after him relentlessly. However, she was not as fast as Qinzong. She could only watch as Qinzong disappeared into the distance. She stomped her foot angrily. No, I have to chase after him. The baby-faced woman muttered to herself. She used her movement technique again and chased after Qinzong. After half a year, Qinzong had not only made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also accumulated more experience in the Mind Sword principle. His Xuanxin shape-shifting technique was also constantly perfected. Now, he could use it much faster than before. It looked more mysterious. All the changes were based on his will. Gradually, Qinzong heard the sound of conversation. It was intermittent. It was carried by the wind. It seemed that many people were talking. As he got closer, the conversation became clearer. Qinzong's expression became colder and colder. When Qinzong saw the people talking, a strong murderous intent poured out from his eyes like a cold current. There were a total of more than a dozen people, all of them young and middle-aged. Each of them wore black and red robes and carried long swords on their backs. A terrifying, murderous aura radiated from their bodies. They were sitting on the ground, resting and gnawing on dried meat. Next to them, there were more than 20 beautiful women who had their hands tied together. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be slowed down by the sheer number of people around them. However, these 20 or so women were all huddled together and shivering. They were just ordinary people. Even if they had cultivated, at most they would only be at the force refining realm. How could they be a match for this group of true martial realm and even pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators? Suddenly, an extremely cold aura spread out, causing the bodies of the dozen people who were chatting and eating jerky to tremble. One by one, they turned their heads to look, only to see a figure rapidly approaching. An icy aura was continuously being emitted from that figure's body. Who are you? The leading pseudo-transcendent realm middle-aged man quickly got up and stared at Qinzong with a dignified expression. The one who killed you. Qinzong was certain that the previous massacre was the work of these people. Seeing them, the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. A strong uneasiness came from the depths of his heart, causing the 9-star middle-aged man's face to be filled with shock. His heart unconsciously began to beat wildly. We are from Black Mountain Stronghold. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? The middle-aged man reported their origins. Black Mountain Stronghold. Chunzong had never heard of it before, nor did he know what kind of force it was. However, it seemed that they weren't anything good, just like bandits. That didn't matter, as long as he killed them. Chunzong could see that these people's cultivations weren't high. None of them had reached the extreme mortal realm. To deal with such people, he naturally didn't need to draw his sword. Using his finger as a sword, Chunzong thrust out. In the eyes of the dozen or so people, they saw an extremely sharp sword piercing through the air towards them. It didn't seem to be fast, and they could clearly see the trajectory of the sword. Even the outline of the tip of the sword could be seen clearly. The sharpness of the sword was constantly magnified in their eyes. Although they could see it clearly, they were shocked to find that their bodies couldn't move, as if they were imprisoned by an invisible force. They could only watch as the tip of the sword pierced through the air and stabbed towards them. In fact, it wasn't that their bodies were imprisoned, but that they simply couldn't react in time. The seemingly slow sword was actually as fast as a flash of light. Even if Chunzong hadn't drawn his sword and had only used his finger as a sword to casually attack, using less than 10% of his strength, it was still not something a group of transcendent realm cultivators could contend with. One had to know that with Chunzong's current strength, even 10% of his strength was enough to kill an ordinary first-layer mortal realm cultivator. Chapter 753. Double monthly votes. Come on, guys. You can't keep it until the new year. Looking at the pale and shivering women in front of him, Chunzong had a headache. It was easy to kill them, but difficult to arrange. He couldn't take them with him. It was unrealistic. Besides, Chunzong planned to eradicate the Black Mountain village to show his sincerity. The women shrank their bodies and didn't dare to look at Chunzong for fear of being killed. They were all scared out of their wits. It seems that I have to find a place to settle them down first, Chunzong said secretly. But where should he find a place to settle them down? If they were in the Taiyuan continent, it would be easy to arrange. Chunzong only needed to take out his identity token to send a message, and someone would come to help immediately. Everything would be taken care of, and Chunzong wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, this was the Heavenly Mirror continent. The Taiyuan Heaven sect couldn't reach here. Moreover, even if the people of the Taiyuan Heaven sect rushed over, it would take a long time because of the long distance. Experts of the profound sky realm were indeed very fast, but they couldn't move for such a small matter. The 20 or so women were in a state of panic. They didn't know what would happen to them next. I finally caught up with you. The baby-faced woman caught up, panting. She tried her best to catch up with Chunzong. Seeing this baby-faced woman, Chunzong had a flash of inspiration, and a smile hung on the corners of his mouth. "What's your name?" Chunzong asked with a smile. "What's the matter?" The baby-faced woman stared at Chunzong vigilantly. Chunzong ignored her just now, but now he suddenly asked for her name. It was strange. The massacre just now was done by these people. Chunzong didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he pointed to the bodies on the ground and said, "These women were kidnapped. I'm not familiar with this place, so I can't arrange a place for them." The baby-faced woman frowned and looked at the women. She couldn't bear to see them like this. After thinking for a while, she said, "I can arrange a place for them. I'll leave it to you then." Chunzong said immediately. He was not good at dealing with this kind of logistics. It would be great if someone could take over. As for other things, Chunzong was not worried. According to his observation, this woman was sympathetic and had a sense of justice. "Where are you going?" the baby-faced woman immediately asked. "Black Mountain Stockade." Chunzong did not avoid the topic. Black Mountain Stockade. The woman's face suddenly changed, and her eyes, which were originally very big, became even bigger. "Do you know where the Black Mountain Stockade is? Tell me." Chunzong indeed did not know, but this woman seemed to know. The Black Mountain Stronghold is a rising power in recent years. The 9 stronghold leaders are all extreme mortal realm warriors. They are ruthless and have a notorious reputation. If you go, it will be difficult for you to survive, the baby-faced woman said. Her words were so straightforward that it made people's teeth hurt. 9 extreme, mortal realms. Chunzong acted as if he did not hear the woman's last words. He pondered for a while. What's the highest level of cultivation? I heard it's the 8th level. The baby-faced woman said. The 8th level. Chunzong was silent for a while and started to think. The 8th level of the extreme mortal realm was not weak at all. If the cultivation method was good, it could only be stronger. But could this stop Chunzong's murderous intent? It could not. In which direction is the Black Mountain Stockade? Chunzong's eyes became more determined. Over there. The woman pointed and was immediately shocked. Could it be that you... I'll leave these people to you. Chunzong followed the direction the woman pointed and used the mysterious heart change and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh no, if I go like this, I'll definitely be killed. The woman stamped her foot anxiously. She immediately took out a token and quickly sent a message, asking for someone to come and wait. Then, she sent a message to someone else. Against the wind, Chunzong's speed was incomparably fast, and he swept across the sky like lightning. Although they couldn't fly in the air like sky-profound realm experts, they could still easily run a few feet above the ground. Far away, they only needed to lightly tap the ground with the tip of their feet, and they could once again fly a great distance forward. Half a day later, Chunzong saw a mountain that was completely black. It was the so-called Black Mountain. The Black Mountain Stockade was on top of the Black Mountain. The mountain was more than 2,000 meters high, and the mountain was rugged. There was no vegetation on the mountain, only pieces of large and small black stones. This was a stone mountain. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly, and with his amazing perception, he could vaguely feel that the stones of the Black Mountain were emitting traces of coldness. There was a winding path that extended from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. Glancing around, Chunzong saw that there were 2 true martial realm warriors guarding the path at the foot of the mountain. 100 meters up, there were 2 more true martial realm warriors guarding the path. Almost every 100 meters, there were 2 true martial realm warriors guarding the path. It could be said that the security was tight. Chunzong did not hide anything, and just walked up the path in big strides. Stop! The 2 true martial realm warriors at the foot of the mountain immediately stood up straight. They stared at Chunzong with cold eyes, and their terrifying aura locked onto him. Who are you? What are you doing here? To kill. Chunzong smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with a frightening coldness. With one step, Chunzong's speed was so fast that the 2 true martial realm warriors could not react. His figure had already swept past them, and he quickly went up the path. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had climbed 1,000 meters. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 true martial realm warriors who stood still like statues fell to the ground. A bright red color appeared between their eyebrows. Then the 2 guards 100 meters up also fell to the ground, and the 2 guards 200 meters up also fell to the ground. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of true martial realm warriors did not even have time to make a sound before they were all killed by Chunzong. The gate of Black Mountain Stronghold was completely black. It looked like it was made of wood and stone, but it was also not stone. The carvings on the gate were like ghost faces, giving it a gloomy and terrifying appearance. There were also 2 guards at the gate, but they were both 7-star pseudo-transcendents. But they still did not have time to make a sound before they were killed by Chunzong. His figure lightly floated into the Black Mountain Stronghold and did not cause any commotion. The Black Mountain Stronghold leaders probably did not expect that someone would come to their door alone with only a sword. When someone entered his sight, Chunzong killed them. Only the 9 leaders of Black Mountain Stronghold were extreme mortal realm masters. The rest of the members were all below the Transcendence realm, consisting of true martial realm and pseudo-transcendence. In terms of power level, this Black Mountain Stronghold was a low-grade sect. For example, the Unhindered Sword sect was much stronger. Chunzong did not deliberately conceal himself, nor did he deliberately reveal himself. He continued to kill, and under the absolute difference in cultivation and strength, no one could make a sound. Come! Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded, like a gust of cold wind blowing through the entire stronghold. But no one responded. Where the hell did they all go? After 3 breaths of time, the gloomy voice sounded again, carrying with it a terrifying anger and murderous intent. Following the direction of the voice, Chunzong's figure flew like a feather in the wind. In Black Mountain Stronghold, there were 9 houses made of black hardwood mixed with black stone. Among them, there were 9 largest houses, which should be the residences of the 9 leaders. The gloomy voice came from one of them. Pushing the door open, Chunzong strode in. Where the hell did they go just now? The other party thought he was a member of the stronghold, and a terrifying aura swept out, like the cold air of hell, filled with anger, to send some people on their way. Chunzong replied unhurriedly, "Who are you?" The person immediately sensed something was wrong, and, at the same time, struck out with a hand. It was like a gloomy snake slithering in the grass, sinister, mysterious, and cold. 3rd LV of the extreme mortal stage. With such cultivation and aura fluctuations, he could not be strong enough to be his opponent, but Chunzong did not underestimate him. Who knew if he had any special tricks up his sleeve? He had to end this quickly, and there were still 8 leaders to kill. In an instant, a blazing red light lit up the darkness and dispersed the mysterious cold air. A sword pierced through the air. The sword was fast, like a rainbow piercing through the sky. When the light dissipated, the red jade sword had already returned to its scabbard. Chunzong grabbed the mustard seed bag and, without looking at it, put it into his virtual ring. At the moment of the leader's death, an extremely cold voice sounded from inside Black Mountain, and it quickly quieted down. However, as soon as Chunzong stepped out of the house, 7 tyrannical auras swept over from different directions, locking onto Chunzong one after another. Every aura carried a sinister chill, and every aura was extremely powerful. They were not inferior to the extreme mortal realm 3rd layer, or even stronger. Chunzong knew that he had been discovered, but he did not intend to hide from the beginning. If he was discovered, then so be it. It was just a battle. Thinking of this, Chunzong's sharp aura suddenly spread out and shot up into the sky, as if it could shatter the clouds, and nothing could stop it. The red jade sword in its scabbard also trembled, as if it was about to leave the scabbard and kill the enemy. "How dare you come to my Black Mountain stronghold? You must be tired of living. He even killed the 9th brother. I will skin him alive." A similarly dark and cold voice that was accompanied by shocking murderous intent was transmitted over. Immediately, 7 black figures appeared around Chunzong, forming a circle that surrounded Chunzong. The terrifying aura locked onto Chunzong and kept attacking. The sinister chill made Chunzong feel as if he had fallen into the abyss of hell, and his vision became dark. In this quickly, the red jade sword left its scabbard and turned into 7 blazing red lights. With a shocking sharpness, it pierced through the air and slashed towards the 7 leaders. Among these 7 people, the lowest was at the extreme mortal realm 3rd layer, and the highest was at the extreme mortal realm 7th layer. "Kill!" The 7 of them shouted and attacked together. Vaguely, their auras seemed to merge into one, and they actually blocked Chunzong's attack. It was nothing for extreme mortal realm 7th or 6th layer to block this attack, but for extreme mortal realm 3rd layer to block this attack. It made Chunzong very surprised. Without hesitation, Chunzong used the mysterious heart change. His body shook, and he disappeared under the attacks of the 7 people like smoke. Sword will basic movement. The sword slashed through, and there was no way to dodge or defend. Another extreme mortal realm 3rd layer was killed, and there were only 6 left. In Demon Hand, in Demon Claw, in Demon Triple Shock, in Demon Killing Finger. Chapter 754. The atmosphere was gloomy and ghostly. Chunzong's figure was swallowed up. Every move was terrifying, giving Chunzong an extremely evil feeling. Sword intent basic style. Another strike, another peak extreme, mortal stage 3rd level was killed. There were 5 left, the weakest of which was extreme mortal stage 4th level. However, As soon as they fought, Chunzong knew that the cultivation method they practiced was only a middle-grade spiritual art. The purity of the spiritual power they cultivated was limited. It was just a bit colder than the average middle-grade spiritual art, which made it more difficult to deal with, but that was all. Another one had died, and now there were 4 left. They tried their best, but they couldn't hit Chunzong. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of Chunzong's figure. Under Chunzong's continuous refinement, the profound heart transformation was becoming more and more mysterious. Sword intent questioning the heart. Another strike, this one stronger, directed at the heart. The 4-peak mortal stage masters felt their minds tremble, as if they were in a trance. A battle between strong cultivators only lasted for a single breath. A moment of trance was enough to determine life and death. The extreme mortal stage, 7th level, was the most powerful and was the first to regain consciousness. Soon after, the extreme mortal stage, 6th level, also regained consciousness. However, the extreme mortal stage, 5th level, and 4th level, 5th level mortal stage, 5th level, and 4th level mortal stage, 5th level mortal stage, 5th level, and 4th level mortal stage, 3rd 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 level. Only 2 were left. From the moment the 7 of them joined forces until now, it had only been 10 breaths of time. 5 of them had been killed in an instant. The remaining 2 fort masters were extremely shocked. The aura Chunzong released was clearly that of an early extreme mortal stage 4th level. How could he be so strong and be able to kill people who were so many levels above him? They didn't have time to think carefully. The red sword light covered the sky and covered the earth, flooding everything like a tidal wave, drowning the 2 men. The extreme mortal stage, 7th level, had a high cultivation level. His spiritual energy was cold, and his martial arts were strong. He could withstand Chunzong's full power attack, but the extreme mortal stage, 6th level, was under great pressure. He felt his entire body being cut up, and under the void sword energy's shocking sharpness and penetrating power, he felt waves of intense pain, as if he was being cut into pieces. Fighting 1 against 2, he was still able to gain the upper hand. Firstly, this extreme man stage 7 was not as strong as Sword Monarch Flying Snow. The difference was obvious. After all, their cultivation levels were the same, but Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword techniques were extremely terrifying, allowing him to fight across realms. Secondly, after fighting with Sword Monarch Flying Snow for 10 days, Chunzong had gained some benefits in the Tao of the sword, and his strength had increased. Heart intent sword questioning the heart. Another sword attack was launched. The sword light was illusory, and it was faintly discernible as it shuttled through the air. Hoochie, the sound was very soft, like a speck of dust floating in the air. But when it fell into the ears of the extreme man stage cultivator, it was like thunder, and death was upon him. With a single slash, Chunzong's figure brushed past his opponent. Once again, he charged towards the last 7th level human realm warrior. Sword after sword slashed out, and each sword had an incomparably tyrannical power condensed. The sword momentum of the second limit followed, as if it was accompanied by the wind and clouds. Chop, chop, chop. The aftermath of the terrifying power surged, and the houses collapsed into ruins. Countless cracks and holes appeared on the ground, and dust flew up into the air. The Een Demon Hand was continuously launched, and streaks of black palm prints carrying a chilly wind blasted towards Chunzong from all directions. But streaks of sword light flashed in the air, emitting a dazzling light, and shattered the black chili palm prints one after another. The moment the palm prints were shattered, streaks of chili black chi rushed out, silently causing the already damaged ground to become even more damaged. After all, he was still Extreme Man Stage 7. Even if Chun Zong could suppress him, it would not be that easy to kill him. Heart intent sword questioning the heart. With one slash, the opponent was slightly dazed, but quickly regained his senses. There was a sword mark on his body, and blood was dripping from it. He quickly retreated, not daring to fight Chun Zong again. Chun Zong stood his ground, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, his left palm supporting the head of the sword. As he gently rubbed it, the sword vibrated at a high speed, emitting a series of ear-piercing, buzzing sounds. The space around the edge of the blade seemed to be cut open, revealing a faint black color. The Heavenly Sword, Space Splitter. This was not a sword move of the Heart Sword way, but a sword move of the Heavenly Sword way. But it was also the most tyrannical sword move Chun Zong could use now. Space Splitter. Back then, the Heavenly Sword Jindy could split the sky with this sword move. It was truly splitting the sky, and it was only a hair's breadth away from the Sky Emperor's breaking through the sky. No one in the world could block such a sword move. And with Chun Zong's current cultivation and realm, he could only display a small part of the essence of this sword move, and only a small part of its power. Even so, it was still very frightening. Slash! The red jade sword pushed and slashed, tearing the sky apart, and slashing towards the 7th tier Extreme Man. A flash of red light, vibrating at a high speed, seemed to have transcended time and space, and arrived in an instant. A light sound like cloth being torn apart rang out. There was no way to dodge, and no way to block it. The sky-splitting sword originally used high-frequency vibrations to push the sword's sharpness to the extreme, surpassing the limit and cutting through everything. With one slash, the 7th-tier Extreme Man was also cut open from the back. The terrifying sword Chi killed all life, and he died immediately. Seeing his opponent dead, Chun Zong let out a sigh of relief. Even with his current cultivation and realm, using the sky-splitting sword still took a lot of effort. That high-frequency vibration caused his muscles and bones to go numb, and his chi and blood to churn. In a short period of time, he would not be able to use it a second time. With a wave of his hand, the 7 mustard seed bags fell into his hand, and he kept them in his virtual ring. But Chun Zong did not leave, because there were 9 chieftains in the Black Mountain stronghold. Now, only 8 of them were dead. There was one left, and it was the head chieftain who had the highest cultivation. 8th tier Extreme Man. Chun Zong did not know where this person was. Although the battle did not last long, the aura was strong and destructive. If the head chieftain was here, he should have sensed it. Chun Zong spread out his spiritual sense, and like an invisible storm, it instantly covered a radius of more than 10,000 meters. Everything within the range appeared clearly in his mind, and nothing was missed. If he could not find it, then he would continue to search. After 3 breaths, Chun Zong felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He instantly turned around, and his sword pierced through the air, but it missed. "You're looking for me, right?" With a faint sigh, Inchi silently lingered around, making Chun Zong feel goosebumps all over his body, and his heart was filled with horror. Immediately, a palm that looked like it was made of black jade and condensed a shocking Inchi. It passed through the air and slapped Chun Zong's back, and the momentum was so subtle that it was hard to detect. Chun Zong's spiritual sense was outstanding, and his perception was extremely sharp. He reacted instantly, and once again slashed out with his sword. Heart intent sword questions the heart. The long sword trembled, and a terrifying chi passed through the body of the sword and rushed to his palm, then quickly spread to his arm and engulfed his entire body. His pure yang chi and blood vibrated, and the formless sword energy surged violently, destroying the yin chi that had just invaded his body. Even so, Chun Zong still felt a terrifying chill, as if he was about to be frozen. "Retreat!" Retreat, retreat. Chinzong took 3 steps in a row, each step leaving a deep and clear footprint on the ground. There was also a layer of white frost, which was the result of Chinzong shattering the yin energy that had invaded his body and guiding it out, reflecting on the ground. Chinzong's face was solemn, and his eyes were sharp as a sword as he stared at the person who had suddenly attacked him. It was a man in a black robe. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and his face could not be seen. He looked very mysterious, and he was constantly emitting waves of yin qi. "You're very strong." The man opened his mouth. His voice was soft and sharp, which made Chinzong feel uncomfortable. "You're only at the 4th tier of the mortal realm, but you can kill a 7th tier of the mortal realm. You took my palm, so you must be a disciple of some big power?" Chinzong did not respond, but stared at the man, trying to find some clues. "Your spiritual energy waves are very pure, so you must have received an ultimate inheritance." The man in the black robe spoke again, as if he was talking to himself. "You're the head chieftain of the Black Mountain Stronghold?" Chinzong suddenly asked. "Head chieftain?" The man in the black robe paused for a moment, then smiled. "You can call me that if you want." It sounded like 2 people were just chatting, but Chinzong felt a dark and evil aura from the man. This aura made him feel very uncomfortable. "You're very talented, and your strength is not bad. Join the Black Mountain Stronghold, and I can make you the 2nd chieftain." The man in the black robe spoke again. He was actually trying to recruit Chinzong. "Normally, I only go into seclusion to train, so you'll be in charge of everything in the stronghold." It sounded very good, with only 1 person above all, but unfortunately, it was not attractive to Chinzong at all. "I just killed 8 fort masters." Chinzong smiled faintly. "They were just 8 pieces of trash, so what if I killed them?" The head chieftain laughed evilly. He did not care at all, as if the 8 chieftains that he killed were just 8 ants. This made Chinzong's heart turn cold. "You'll end up the same," Chinzong said. His heart was not swayed by the man's words. "You really want to kill me?" The head chieftain's tone seemed to be a little surprised. "Why? To promote so-called justice?" "I'm killing you all because I want to use the sword of following my heart. That's all," Chinzong answered seriously. "Sort of following my heart." Chinzong's answer surprised the bandit chief once more. He thought that Chinzong had killed his way here because of his righteous heart. He wanted to promote justice and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. He never expected such an answer. This made the head chieftain more interested. However, the bandit chief also understood that it was impossible to recruit the other party. This kind of God's favored one had a very high inheritance and enjoyed a lot of resources. Dizzle was also very firm. Since he wanted to use the sword of following my heart, the head chieftain's offer would not tempt him at all. The head chieftain changed his mind and said again, "The other 8 chieftains have always been in charge of the Black Mountain Stronghold. What they decided was not my decision. Now that they are dead, I don't want to cause more trouble. Let's drop it. You can go." It was Chinzong's turn to be surprised. Chapter 755. Brothers, regarding the building of the building, some of our brothers have been muted and deleted. Because the management doesn't know who they are, the 6th Dao could only ask the editor, but the editor is on vacation and hasn't replied yet. The 6th Dao speculates that the muted comments are probably because they are too frequent and don't have much content. The deleted comments are probably because the management thinks they are making trouble. But no matter what, the 6th Dao has seen and remembered everyone's support. The 6th Dao will find another time to show his gratitude. The chilly wind blew, and the air was filled with coldness, as if the most insidious snake was lurking, staring at its prey and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This feeling made Chinzong very uncomfortable. The other party's attitude surprised Chinzong, and at the same time, made him more vigilant. All the signs indicated that the black-robed chief was the true master of the Black Mountain Stronghold. As for the other 8 stronghold chiefs, regardless of cultivation or strength, they were inferior to the chief. Their status was far inferior to the chiefs. As for what the head chief said, that everything was done by the other 8 chiefs, Chinzong didn't believe it. Even if it was true, the head chief must have known about it. but he didn't stop it. He must be an accomplice, or maybe it was the head chief's idea. In short, if he didn't kill, his heart wouldn't be satisfied, and his sword wouldn't be straight. With this thought, Chunzong's heart became more determined. Even if thousands of disasters hit him, he wouldn't be shaken. His eyes became brighter, and a sharp light shot out from his pupils. What a pity! Seeing Chunzong's eyes, the head chief shook his head slightly and said regretfully. Immediately, a terrifying murderous intent gushed out from his body, as if it came from hell. It was as if an evil spirit was coming for his life. The murderous intent seemed to have condensed into a substance and turned into wisps of black color, which surrounded his body and emitted a terrifying wave of coldness. In an instant, the head chief seemed to have turned into an evil spirit. The extremely cold murderous intent mixed with the murderous intent quickly spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters, including Chunzong. The more people or beasts they killed, the more intense the murderous aura they accumulated. It was as if the murderous aura had materialized. It was unknown how much blood they had stained their hands. This kind of murderous aura, mixed with baleful aura, was incomparably gloomy and cold to the extreme. It was even more terrifying, causing one's heart to turn cold. Chunzong was enveloped. He could only feel the boundless murderous aura and incomparably cold aura constantly invading his body. It was as if his entire body was going to be frozen, and even his spiritual will was about to be frozen. Trembling uncontrollably, Chunzong pushed his pure yang qi to the extreme. His skin gradually turned red, and waves of heat spread out from his body, like a burning furnace that could burn everything. Under the influence of the pure yang blood qi, the temperature could easily melt refined steel. However, it could only barely resist the invasion of this terrifying cold yin energy. As the illusory sword energy surged, it mixed with the pure yang blood qi and crushed the cold yin energy that invaded his body bit by bit. However, the cold yin energy that emerged from his opponent's body was getting denser and denser. If this continued, Chunzong did not know if he could withstand it. He had to use his sword. With a thought, the sword moved as well. The shocking sharpness and heat sliced apart the cold yin energy, turning it into a terrifying sword light that could melt gold and iron. The sound made one's scalp go numb. This sword qi, which was enough to threaten a normal extreme mortal stage 6-stage warrior, was easily crushed by the opponent. Kill! Kill! Sword after sword slashed out. Every sword was incomparably scorching, carrying the true intent of fire. The scorching heat was terrifying enough to incinerate everything. However, they were all shattered by the opponent's sword. With a wave of his black sleeves, a gust of cold wind that could be seen with the naked eye appeared, turning into a cyclone that swept across the area. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the cyclone came from all directions. The heaven and earth spiritual qi was constantly being absorbed into the cold cyclone, causing it to become more condensed and stronger. Darkness spread out, as if it could devour everything and turn everything into dust. The sword struck out like a rainbow. Break! Break! In demon hand! From within the sleeves of his robe, a palm that seemed to be forged from black jade slammed down from the sky. It was as if a black mountain was pressing down on the earth. A terrifying pressure abruptly landed on Chunzong, bringing with it a shocking, baleful aura, causing Chunzong's expression to change abruptly. Mystic heart change? Everlasting heart change. Chunzong's body seemed to have been forcefully twisted by a mysterious force, like smoke being torn apart by a strong wind. At the same time, the Yin demon hand struck down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground shook. Chunzong's body collapsed, and a huge black palm print sank deep into the ground. In the next moment, numerous figures were stretched out by a mysterious power and appeared around the bandit chief. Every single one of them held a scorching red sword, and they all attacked with their swords. I thought you were a god's favored one, and your future was limitless, so I wanted to train you. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. In that case, I can only destroy you. Ignoring the layers of illusion attacks, the black-robed man sighed softly, but his hands didn't stop at all. He opened and shook, and his sleeves rolled like waves, creating a loud, crashing sound, like the rising and falling of the tide. Waves of Inchi roared like dragons and snakes. Countless Inchi mixed with a terrifying evil chi surrounded the area, and a heaven and earth spiritual chi within a radius of 10,000 meters surged. In Python killing frenzy. In an instant, the bandit chief's arms seemed to have turned into dark pythons. They swept out and shattered the illusions. Then, the pythons opened their mouths and spat out cold, baleful chi as they bit down on Chunzong's true body. Retreat. In an instant, the two In pythons were hundreds of meters away, but they seemed to be stretching out and chasing after him. Houses collapsed and shattered, and dust flew everywhere. Chunzong waved his sword, and in an instant, hundreds of swords turned into a majestic red sword light. It was like a falling pillar, and it blasted towards the two giant In pythons. But even such a powerful sword light couldn't do anything to the In pythons. It was shattered by the In pythons and turned into a sky full of red light, as bright as the stars. 8th tier extreme mortal realm. His cultivation is much higher than mine. His cultivation method is at least of the upper level, and his spiritual chi is even purer and stronger. His martial arts attainments are superb, and his power is overwhelming. The thought flashed through his mind. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't have the upper hand. If his opponent had only trained in a mid-level spiritual art, then perhaps he could still put up a fight. However, the difference between a mid-level spiritual art and a high-level spiritual art was rather obvious. Most importantly, his cultivation level was only at the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm, while his opponent was at the 8th level of the mortal realm. Let me try out the secret of the heavenly sword path. Muttering to himself, Chunzong paused, and the red jade sword returned to its scabbard. As he closed his eyes, an intense light shot out, and it was as if the sword mark was reflected in his pupils. Lu Hen's sword pupil. This was the prerequisite to using a secret technique. Secret technique. Sword aura convergence. Under Lu Hen's sword pupil, the aura in the air became clear. It was the aura of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the tracks of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As Chunzong's hands formed the sword seal, the spiritual chi that was clearly visible under Lu Hen's sword pupil flowed towards Chunzong from all directions, like rivers flowing back to the stream. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged towards Chunzong's body, it was affected by the sword seal formed by his hands. It was as if a sword had been sharpened, and it became extremely sharp, and pierced into Chunzong's body like a sharp sword. It was no different from a long sword piercing into his body. Waves of pain spread throughout his body, but Chunzong had to bear it. He did not make a sound, and he did not even frown. Along with the pain of the sharp sword piercing into his body, a majestic, overbearing, and sharp force suddenly exploded in his body, attacking Chunzong's body, as if it wanted to tear Chunzong's body apart. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder rumbled in his body. Chunzong only felt that his body was constantly being filled and expanding, and he had become a giant standing between the heavens and the earth. But in fact, Chunzong's body did not change at all. It was just that a terrifying aura was surging madly from his body, attacking the surroundings and cutting the ground inch by inch, leaving countless shocking and chaotic sword marks. This change was very fast. Fearing that something unexpected would happen, the head chieftain rode the In python to attack. The python opened its mouth and bit towards Chunzong, intending to swallow Chunzong in one bite. However, the closer the In python got to Chunzong, the slower it became under the impact of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. 3 breaths. All the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 30,000 meters had been transformed into pure sword chi, and all of it was absorbed into Chunzong's body. In an instant, Chunzong had absorbed so much spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He felt as if his body was about to explode. As he breathed, he felt that the chi that came out was about to cut his nasal cavity. He stared at the two pythons, and under the Lu Hen sword pupil, he saw that the two pythons were covered with black lines. It was the countless black lines that made up the pythons. Break! A low roar, but it was as if it came from his mouth, but it also seemed to come from his body. The red jade sword was unsheathed again. Terrifying sword chi surged out from Chunzong's body. It was majestic and overbearing. It swallowed the red jade sword, and then it stabbed out. This sword stabbed heavily into the head of one of the pythons, hitting the intersection of 4 black lines. Suddenly, the python trembled, and the black lines twisted, showing signs of collapse. Seeing this, Chunzong attacked again. The red jade sword pierced through the air. In an instant, hundreds of swords stabbed at the intersection of the two pythons' black lines. The two pythons trembled violently, and from the place where the red jade sword pierced, they began to disintegrate, turning into black smoke and spreading out. However, the black smoke did not disperse completely. It was as if it was restricted to a certain area by an invisible force, and it tumbled about rapidly. As the bandit chief struck out with his palm, a pure black palm formed by chi shot out from the black smoke. The giant black palm, with a flip of its hand, was dark, mysterious, and overbearing, as if the boundless hell had descended. Chunzong's eyes flashed with sword marks. They were cold and indifferent, as if he could see through everything. The red jade sword pierced through the air again. Sword will basic style. Under the sword chi convergence, endless power filled Chunzong's body, and as the red jade sword danced, it was terrifying. Every time the sword chi surged, Chunzong felt a tearing pain all over his body. It was the basic style, but he felt that it was difficult to control. The power was too strong. The giant black hand, which looked like the boundless hell, stopped in mid-air. The center of the palm was pierced, and the cracks quickly spread out like a spider's web. After destroying the black hand, Chunzong endured the pain of his body being torn apart and attacked again. The sword pierced through the air, and in a flash, it was in front of the head chief. The terrifying pressure of the sword tore apart the head chief's black robe, revealing a pale and feminine face. His eyes were dark and mysterious, and there was still a trace of shock on his face. Chapter 756. Red light filled the sky. The sword chi was so violent that it roared like a hurricane, trying to kill everything. In the storm of sword chi, Chunzong approached head chieftain with his sword like a red thunderbolt. He raised his sword to kill him. Under the secret method of sword chi convergence, a large amount of powerful sword chi gathered in his body and was in urgent need of release. Chunzong could use his sword regardless of the cost. Sword, sword, sword. There was nothing else in his mind. He could only use his sword. Majestic, violent, domineering, and sharp. All of these were vividly expressed by the sword. His body was cut by the sword chi. Waves of tearing pain swept through his body. The more pain he felt, the more intense Chunzong's sword was because it made him feel better. He was alternating between pain and pleasure. Terrifying sword chi surged in all directions. Under the sword chi's attack, the already collapsed house became even more shattered, as if it was turned into powder. Head chieftain's pale face was full of seriousness. At this moment, Chunzong could tell at a glance that he was not in the right state. It was very scary. The strength he displayed was far more powerful than usual. Countless sword chi came at him violently. Head chieftain had to use all his strength to resist. In the storm of sword chi, Chunzong made the starting gesture of the sky-splitting sword style again. He tried his best to pour all the violent sword chi into the long sword in his hand. The red jade sword trembled as if it could not bear the injection of such a powerful force. The sword vibrated faster than usual. Chunzong felt that the sword was about to fly out of his hand. Sky-splitting, he struck out with his sword with all his strength and didn't hold back in the slightest, causing the violent sword chi that surged endlessly within his body to be completely exhausted. Cut! A beam of red sword light, extremely sharp, cut the storm of sword chi. It also seemed to cut the world in front of it. It tore the sky with extreme sharpness, leaving a faint black mark. The moment the sword was out, it was already in front of Head Chieftain. It was too fast to dodge. Head Chieftain could only raise his hands. Black light spread out, making his hands look like they were made of black jade. They emitted a shocking chill, freezing the surrounding air and turning it white. He reached out with both hands, trying to catch Chunzong's sword. The moment his hand grabbed the sword, the bandit chief's expression changed drastically. He was shocked, but it was already too late for him to react. The terrifying space-splitting sword originally had an extremely shocking power, and it couldn't be used easily. Not to mention, it was under the infusion of such a violent and majestic sword chi. Its power had increased by an unknown amount. His hands, which were made of black jade, were unable to block the terrifying power of this sword. They were blasted away by the high-speed vibrations. Wherever the sword went, nothing could stop it. Chop! The red jade sword pierced through the bandit chief's chest and came out from his back. The terrifying sword chi twisted and tore apart the bandit chief's final counterattack. However, the head bandit chief's deep eyes were very strange. They seemed to be filled with pity, mockery, and disgust. With a boom, the bandit chief's body exploded under the attack of thousands of sword chi. The shocking impact made Chunzong retreat continuously. In the end, he sat down on the ruined ground, panting heavily. The sword chi coalesced into one ended, and the majestic sword chi that filled his body also dissipated. However, Chunzong felt as if he was about to fall apart. His muscles were sore and weak, and waves of tearing pain still reverberated throughout his body. He couldn't summon any strength, and his head was a little dizzy. His eyes were sore and painful, as if they had been pricked by needles. This was the after effect. Chunzong reluctantly took out an elixir and swallowed it. The elixir's power spread out, and a cold feeling swept through his body. It eased the tearing pain all over his body, and then slowly disappeared. The sword chi coalesced into one secret technique is still too strong for me. Without a strong enough physique, it's difficult to bear the terrifying impact of its power. Chunzong thought to himself as he recovered. Some secret techniques had special requirements. For example, the sword chi coalesced into one secret technique was very powerful, but it required a strong enough physique to bear it. Otherwise, not only would it not be able to exert its full power, but it would also damage the body and leave behind serious injuries. Unfortunately, whether it was the Heavenly Sword Way or the Dark Feather Way, there was no body tempering technique. In the vast High Yuan Heaven sect, there was no transcendent level body tempering technique. The body tempering technique belonged to the ancient cultivation way, and it was gradually lost with the passage of time. The Heavenly Sword Jindi had a fortuitous encounter that made his physique very strong. That was why he could bear the power of the sword chi coalesced into one secret technique. Unfortunately, that fortuitous encounter was not a body tempering technique. I still have a long way to go, Chunzong thought to himself. When he got up, the pain was alleviated a lot. It seemed that it would be completely gone in a while. The strength in his body was also recovering rapidly, but the recovery of his consumed spiritual sense was not so fast. After all, there was no suitable cultivation method for cultivating spiritual sense. However, this battle had also brought Chunzong a lot of benefits. After some time, he would definitely make progress. The Black Mountain stronghold had been eliminated, and Chunzong's murderous intent had been vented. He felt refreshed. After his body, strength, and spiritual sense had mostly recovered, Chunzong put away the mustard seed bag of the head chieftain. However, he was not in a hurry to inquire about it. Instead, he walked out of the stronghold. The Black Mountain stronghold had been eliminated, so there was no point in staying. In demon, soul devouring. The gloomy and cold voice was faint, as if it came from the abyss of hell. It was faintly discernible and intermittent, like the chanting of demons. Chunzong only felt that his mind was in a trance. Everything in front of him was distorted in an instant. It was as if the sun had set in the west, and dusk had come, and then it was instantly dark. He could not see his own fingers. The strong trance made Chunzong's consciousness sink continuously, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He could not hear or see anything, and only felt that the world was spinning. Oh, what a pure and powerful spiritual sense. What a perfect body. I originally planned to find another servant after the death of one, but I didn't expect to meet such a perfect body. This is the Devil Lord's favor. As long as I occupy this body, I can not only be resurrected, but also practice to a higher realm. Strange and shrill laughter sounded in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. The black gas filled the air and condensed into a ghost. The ghost's face could not be seen. There was only a pair of green eyes, which were eerie and cold. Immediately, along with the shrill laughter, the ghost exploded with a bang and turned into endless black smoke, which quickly spread out like rolling waves. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Chunzong's sea of consciousness. Chunzong's consciousness had already fallen into a strange state. He did not know the changes in his sea of consciousness at all, falling continuously into the abyss. The abyss was bottomless, and he did not know when he would fall to the bottom. Chunzong wanted to struggle, but found that his resistance was very weak. As the black smoke filled the air, it began to erode Chunzong's sea of consciousness. Chunzong's sea of consciousness was gradually dyed with a touch of black. It was so dark that it was dark and deep, and it constantly emitted a gloomy and cold aura. The shrill laughter became more and more obvious. It was complacent because soon it would completely erode Chunzong's sea of consciousness. At that time, it would be able to completely occupy this body and make it his own. With such a body, its potential was astonishing. Not only could it cultivate to a higher realm, but could also use this identity to infiltrate the enemy, gather information, and cause destruction. It would be convenient for the ancient demon hall to rise again. The more it thought about it, the more it felt good. The ancient demon hall would rise again, release the demon lord from the seal, and lead the ancient demon hall to the Blue Waves continent. At that time, it would be even stronger than before, suppress and slaughter all the enemies, and unify the Blue Waves continent. Suddenly, the heart sword seal that was almost covered by darkness trembled slightly. A silver divine radiance flashed, and a mighty power shook the world. It was abundant and irresistible, and it directly expelled the darkness. The silver divine radiance shone brightly, and the heart sword seal rose into the sky like a blazing sun, illuminating all things and dispelling the darkness. What is this? Why is there such a thing in your sea of consciousness? There were screams, panic, and fear. Stop. Stop. However, the heart sword seal wouldn't listen to him. In fact, even Chunzong couldn't control the heart sword seal. The silver divine radiance became increasingly resplendent and powerful. It occupied half of the sea of consciousness, illuminating it with divine radiance. It was as if it was a divine realm. The darkness was dispelled. Not only was it dispelled, but it was also burned and annihilated by the silver divine radiance. It was completely annihilated, and it caused fatal damage to the Ean's soul. If it continued, it might be annihilated here. He only wanted to occupy this perfect body and cultivate again. He didn't want to die here. Cursing and begging for mercy were all useless. The silver divine radiance released by the heart sword seal continued to spread. Gradually, the silver divine radiance illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. The last trace of darkness was also annihilated under the great resistance. It was accompanied by a final miserable scream filled with despair. The endless abyss suddenly disappeared in an instant, and Chunzong's falling consciousness also instantly returned. The darkness in front of him disappeared. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly as usual. However, In Chunzong's eyes, it was so beautiful that it seemed to have a magnificence that wasn't usually there. That was close. Although Chunzong wasn't very clear about what had happened, he knew that he was in danger just now. It was really very dangerous. His consciousness kept falling and would eventually dissipate. When that happened, he would really die. What the hell happened? The moment this thought appeared, his mind shook. A torrent of information surged out like a flood into Chunzong's sea of consciousness, into Chunzong's mind, and into Chunzong's consciousness. There was too much information. For a moment, Chunzong didn't know what it was. He could only stand there and accept it. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, Chunzong still felt as if his head was about to explode. Waves of intense pain swept over him. His face grew paler and paler. He frowned, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. A quarter of an hour. The boundless and chaotic information bombarded Chunzong for a full 15 minutes. If it were any other extreme mortal stage cultivator, they would have long since lost their consciousness under such an impact. However, Chunzong was able to withstand it. The result was that his face was pale and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Chapter 757. Ancient Devil Hall. 13 Devil Flags. 13 Devil Emperors. The information in his mind made Chunzong feel indescribably shocked. His mind was like turbulent waves. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong quickly calmed himself down. His expression returned to normal, but his mind was still sorting out the information. The more he sorted it out, the more surprised Chunzong was. Amidst his surprise, there was also a kind of joy. He never thought that behind the Black Mountain stockade, there was actually a remnant of the ancient Devil Hall. In other words, the head stockade was controlled by the remnant of the ancient Devil Hall, and the other 8 stockade masters were controlled by the head stockade. The remnant of the ancient Devil Hall was only left with a soul. The reason why he let the stockade people kill and plunder young women was to use the yin chi of those women to cultivate himself and form a yin soul body. In the end, he would return to the world. Otherwise, with the power of his soul, he would not be able to do anything. At most, he would be able to control an extreme man like the head bandit chief. That was all. Back then, when he tried to control the head bandit chief, he had used up most of the power of his soul. In the beginning, he did it secretly. He kept plundering women to provide him with yin chi and condensed it continuously. After the initial completion of the yin soul body, he needed more women's yin chi. Therefore, the stockade people were even more wantonly plundering. However, they did not expect to attract Chunzong. After Chunzong killed the 8 stockade masters, the head stockade first tried to recruit Chunzong. Then, after Chunzong rejected Chunzong, he had no intention of pursuing the matter. This was also the ancient Devil Hall's intention. Although he really wanted to kill Chunzong, in order to avoid hitting the grass, he thought that Chunzong might come from a big power. Once he attracted the attention of a big power, his future cultivation would be difficult, and he might even be captured. However, it was a pity that Chunzong did not leave. Instead, he attacked. He had no choice but to fight. Unexpectedly, the head stockade was killed, and the yin soul could only attack Chunzong. In the beginning, he just wanted to control Chunzong so that he could continue to reorganize the Black Mountain stockade and continue to plunder women to absorb yin chi. Unexpectedly, he found that Chunzong's soul sense was strong and his body was perfect. If he were to occupy the body of an ordinary warrior, it would be better for him to cultivate the way of yin soul. However, if he could occupy a body like Chunzong's, his potential would be much better than cultivating the way of yin soul. After weighing the pros and cons in an instant, the evil spirit made a decision. It wanted to occupy Chunzong's body and put on a play about how it wouldn't die if it didn't seek death. If it wasn't for the Heart Sword seal, perhaps this spirit would have succeeded. However, there were no ifs. He failed, and the price of failure was that his soul would scatter and disappear completely from the world. Only his memories were left behind and were absorbed by Chunzong. These memories allowed Chunzong to know the cause and effect. However, this was not important. What was important was the information about the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall. Chunzong had once asked his master, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord. However, at that time, Chunzong was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord had told Chunzong to focus on his cultivation and not pay attention to anything else. But now, if he wanted to obtain the devil poison, he would have to come into contact with the Heavenly Ancient Devil Hall. The strongest person in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was also the ruler. He was called the Demon Lord, the Heaven Ancient Demon Lord. However, the Heaven Ancient Demon Lord was defeated after a great battle more than 1,000 years ago. He was suppressed and sealed, and seemed to be suppressed in a sea. Under the Heaven Ancient Demon Lord were 13 demon flags, which were led by 13 demon emperors. Under the 13 demon emperors, there were 78 demon emperors. Under the demon emperors were the demon kings. Under the demon kings were the great demon envoys, demon guards, and demon soldiers. Demon emperors were titled emperors. Demon emperors were titled emperors. Demon kings were titled emperors. Demon kings were titled emperors. Great demon envoys were titled emperors. Demon envoys were titled emperors. Demon kings were titled emperors. Great demon envoys were earthly spirit realm. Demon envoys were extreme mortal realm. Demon guards were pseudo-transcendent realms 3 extremes, while demon soldiers were pseudo-transcendent realms 7 to 9 stars. In other words, the weakest in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was at least 7 stars. Of course, the official disciples of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect were at least 7 stars. However, the number of official disciples in the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect was limited. There were only a few thousand of them. However, in the spirit's memories, the number of demon soldiers in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall could be said to be more than 100,000. It was terrifying. In the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, there are only 2 titled emperors, but the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall has 13 demon emperors. Thinking of this, Chunzong's heart became heavier. Strong. This kind of Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was really too tyrannical. The spirit's memories let Chunzong know that the battle more than 1,000 years ago swept across the entire Blue Waves continent. The people of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall led an endless tide of underground demons to descend. In that battle, who knew how many people died, and who knew how many experts fell? In the end, after paying a huge price, the Heaven Ancient Demon Master was defeated and suppressed. Some of the 13 demon emperors were killed, some were suppressed, and the other demon emperors and demon kings were also defeated. As for the great demon envoys and demon envoys, most of them were killed, and a small number of them fled. There were always some who survived. Chunzong had met a demon envoy before, a demon envoy belonging to the blood demon flag. Now, this spirit was also a demon envoy, but it was an earthly spirit realm great demon envoy belonging to the shadow demon flag. Chunzong couldn't help but rejoice. A great demon envoy was an earthly spirit realm expert. Fortunately, only a soul was left, and it was only at the initial stage of condensing a spirit body. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. But thinking about it, he really almost died. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Sword seal. Otherwise, his consciousness would have been swallowed by the other party, and his body would have also become the other party's. This shadow demon flag, great demon envoy's memories were very rich and messy. After Chunzong finished reading the information of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall, he searched for information about the demon poison. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. The description of the demon poison in the memories was quite clear, and precisely because it was clear, Chunzong felt that it was troublesome. The refining process of the demon poison required 99 kinds of raw materials. Among them, 13 kinds of raw materials could only grow in the underground demon abyss and were irreplaceable. In other words, to refine the demon poison, one must enter the underground demon abyss to collect the corresponding materials. After obtaining the materials, one still needed to use a unique method to purify the demon poison 19 times, and then refine it. As the antidote of the demon poison, It didn't have such complicated materials and methods, but it still required 18 kinds of raw materials. Among them, 8 kinds of raw materials could only be found in the underground demon abyss. Especially the most important one, it actually required the blood essence of the transcendent demon race. This was information that bordered on despair. If he couldn't obtain the antidote of the demon poison, his master wouldn't be able to wake up. After 30 years, he would directly die. No, it wouldn't even be 30 years. No matter what, I must obtain the antidote of the demon poison within the time limit. Chun Zong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Even if he had to enter the so-called underground demon abyss alone, he wouldn't hesitate. A real man should have a purpose in this world. No one could stop him from obtaining the antidote of the demon poison. Stepping forward, Chun Zong walked to the foot of the Black Mountain. But in front of him, there were 2 figures flying towards him at an astonishing speed, like the wind. To be precise, one person was leading the other person, approaching at a speed as fast as light. When Chun Zong saw them, the other party also saw Chun Zong. A tyrannical aura suddenly rushed over, causing sand and stones to fly, sweeping everything as if it wanted to swallow Chun Zong. This made Chun Zong's expression turn solemn. The aura was even more tyrannical than that of the chief. 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Uncle Zong, it's him. A clear voice like that of an Oriole rang out. The aura that had locked onto Chun Zong weakened. In the next breath, 2 figures appeared in front of Chun Zong. One of them was the baby-faced woman, and the other was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a cyan robe. His sharp eyes were staring at Chun Zong as if he wanted to see through Chun Zong. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't see through Chun Zong. He couldn't even tell the level of his cultivation. Fortunately, you didn't kill them. The baby-faced woman obviously misunderstood that Chun Zong hadn't broken into the Black Mountain stockade. Uncle Zong, this time it's your turn. You wait for me at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged man in a cyan robe finished his words and was about to go up the mountain. Wait, Chun Zong suddenly said, I've killed all the people of the Black Mountain stockade. Swish! His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the sky in an instant. It was as if he could cut open the sky and directly approach Chun Zong. The baby-faced woman covered her mouth and stared at Chun Zong with her eyes wide open. Her face was full of disbelief. Withdrawing his gaze, the green-robed, middle-aged man's figure moved like the wind. He instantly flew up and entered the stronghold. What entered his eyes were many collapsed houses. The ground was full of potholes, and there were countless scratches. The air was still filled with remnant aura fluctuations. Cold, mysterious, cold, domineering, majestic, sharp. It was clear that a battle had taken place here not long ago, and it was an extremely intense battle. But was it really that young man's doing? It was unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't find any survivors. There were only many corpses lying around. Upon closer inspection, the wounds on these corpses were all caused by sword slashes. Maybe he really did it. The middle-aged man in a cyan robe thought to himself. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. The Black Mountain Stockade had 9 stockade leaders. Every one of them was an elite of the extreme mortal realm. The weakest was at the 3rd LV of the extreme mortal realm. It was said that the head stockade had the highest cultivation, reaching the 8th LV of the extreme mortal realm. But now they were all killed. Unbelievable. What level was this young man's cultivation at? From what his niece had said, it seemed that he was only at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. That was impossible. No matter how strong an early stage of the extreme mortal realm was, it was impossible for him to fight against an 8th LV of the extreme mortal realm, let alone kill one. Unless he was hiding his cultivation level. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man in a cyan robe quickly went down the mountain. Like a gust of wind, he appeared in front of Chun Zong. His eyes stared at Chun Zong. The light in his eyes grew sharper, as if he wanted to pierce through Chun Zong. However, Chun Zong's expression was normal. He didn't change at all because of the man's stare. He didn't even feel pressured. Instead, he met the man's gaze. Exhaling, the middle-aged man in a cyan robe hid the light in his eyes. He smiled. Where did you come from? Chapter 758. Young friend, you've done the right thing by eradicating a malignant tumor like the Black Mountain Gang. You've done the people a favor by eliminating a scourge. The middle-aged man smiled. Young friend, you're so young and you're so talented. Why don't you come to my humble abode for a few days so that I can discuss martial arts with you? Shinzong thought for a moment and agreed. The other party was of the extreme mortal realm. It would be beneficial for him to discuss martial arts with him. The baby-faced girl was also happy to see Shinzong agree. Soon, Shinzong found out the names and backgrounds of the baby-faced girl and the middle-aged man in green. Lu Jinru and Lu Zhongyi were from the Lu family of the Red Valley. If the Lu clan didn't sound that famous, then the Lu clan of the Red Valley was famous. There were many surnames like the Lu family in the Tianjin continent. However, there was only one Red Valley Lu family, which was a mid-level power. It was said that it used to be an upper-level power, but it had fallen. However, it was still one of the more powerful ones among the mid-level powers. Half a day later, Chunzong followed Lu Zhongyi and Lu Jinru to the Red Valley Lu family. The Red Valley was the name of the place. It was a huge valley filled with many light red stones. That was how it got its name. The Lu family's mansion was located in the valley. Lu Zhongyi was at the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm and was an elder of the Lu family of the Red Valley. As for the Earth Spirit Realm cultivators, they were all in closed-door cultivation in pursuit of higher realms. They wouldn't appear unless something major happened. Lu Zhongyi was the second elder of the Red Valley Lu family. The baby-faced girl, Lu Jinru, had an even higher status. She was the granddaughter of the current head of the family. Thus, Chenzong temporarily stayed in the Red Valley's Lu clan. The residence that Lu Zhongyi arranged for him was called the Red Leaf Residence. It was filled with large leaves of redwood, and each leaf was the size of 2 palms. They were fiery red and looked extremely beautiful. When the wind blew past, the fiery red leaves would sway and let out a rustling sound, like red waves rising and falling. Brother Chun, I planted these large red leaves myself. Lu Jinru's eyes narrowed into crescents. Her baby face looked like a happy child. It was hard to imagine that such a childlike girl was actually at the first level of the extreme mortal realm. This level of talent really surpassed many people. It's beautiful. Chenzong smiled. Lu Jinru smiled even more happily, just like a child who had been praised. Lu Jinru felt this way because Chunzong had slaughtered his way into the Black Mountain stronghold all by himself and exterminated them. He had displayed his shocking strength. Moreover, Chunzong was very young. He was probably not much older than her. Brother Chun, let me show you around, Lu Jinru said again, her big eyes fixed on Chunzong, her face full of hope. Thank you, Chunzong said with a smile. Let's go, our Red Valley has many fun places. Lu Jinru was very happy. She brought Chunzong out of Red Leaf Court. Lu Jinru was in a good mood. She brought Chunzong to tour the Red Valley, looking at different sceneries. Chunzong also relaxed his mind and blended into the environment to appreciate the sceneries, harmonizing his soul. In the evening, the setting sun shone down diagonally, covering the light red valley with a layer of red gauze, making it look even more dark red. It was a shocking red, a red that shocked the soul, a red that shocked the heart, and a red that was magnificent. Stepping on the silhouettes of the setting sun, Chunzong and Lu Jinru walked towards the gate of Red Leaf Court. Facing them, 3 figures walked over from the side. Their gazes swept past like cold lightning. When they saw Lu Jinru, one of them was delighted. But when they saw Chunzong, they frowned. Their gaze was like a cold shooting star, as if they wanted to pierce through Chunzong's body. Sister Ru, who is he? The young man's coldness was restrained. He squeezed out a smile and seemed to be asking politely. But when he saw Chunzong, his eyes shone with a fierce light again. As for the other 2 young men, they stared at Chunzong unkindly, as if Chunzong was an enemy. Chunzong's expression was calm, but he took in everyone's reaction. He couldn't help but find it funny. Obviously, these three young men misunderstood something. But Qinzong didn't say anything. What was there to explain? There was no need for that. Brother Zhengming, this is Qinzong. Brother Chun, Lu Zhenru was about to introduce Qinzong, but she was interrupted by him. Okay, it's just a small matter. I have a few good friends who came from afar. I'm going to entertain them at the Green Willow Court. Sister Ru, come with me, Lu Zhengming said, not looking at Qinzong again, as if Qinzong was there. Lu Zhenru was smart, but a little slow. She didn't notice Lu Zhengming's attitude at all, or maybe she was already used to it. Since they are Brother Zhengming's friends, it's only right for Zhenru to meet them. Lu Zhenru looked at Qinzong. Brother Chun, I'll leave first. I'll take you to other places to play another day. Qinzong nodded and walked towards the gate of the Red Leaf Court. This was a matter between the Lu family disciples. It had nothing to do with him. At least you know your place. A cold voice sounded in his ear. It was Lu Zhengming's voice. Qinzong ignored it. At night, Lu Zhongyi stepped into the Red Leaf Court with a pot of wine. He sat in the courtyard with Qinzong. The moon was bright in the sky. Perhaps it was because of the unique environment of the Red Valley, but the moon in the sky was covered with a layer of light red, which made it look even more magnificent. Qinzong and Lu Zhongyi talked about martial arts while drinking the 100-year-old wine. Lu Zhongyi had lived for more than 200 years, and his cultivation was in the 9th tier of the extreme human realm. He had once traveled all over the Tianjin continent and even visited several other continents in order to gain experience. He was very experienced and had rich battle experience. He was knowledgeable and eloquent. Qinzong had a pleasant conversation with him. Qinzong's age was less than a fraction of Lu Zhongyi's, but his talent was many times better than Lu Zhongyi's. Moreover, the inheritance he received was very advanced. In addition, he had read a lot of books and accumulated a lot of knowledge. Some ideas came easily to him, which made Lu Zhongyi very impressed. They talked about everything. Unknowingly, the bright moon set in the west, and the morning sun shone. The golden red light sprinkled on the Red Leaf Court, and also on Qinzong and Lu Zhongyi. Only then did they wake up. It was daybreak. Talking about martial arts with you is better than my years of meditation. Lu Zhongyi sighed. Brother Lu is very knowledgeable and has profound martial arts. You are very helpful to me. Qinzong also said. In terms of age, Qinzong should have called him senior, but Lu Zhongyi insisted on not doing so. It felt like they were friends despite the difference in age. He gained a lot from talking about martial arts with Lu Zhongyi. If talking about the sword with Sword Monarch of Flying Snow increased the depth of his way of the sword, then talking about martial arts with Lu Zhongyi increased the breadth of his way of the sword. Both depth and breadth were indispensable. Moreover, Qinzong explained the theories from the various books he had read. It was equivalent to further understanding and mastery. Cultivation was not only about sitting and absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It included many other aspects. Talking about martial arts was one of them. Of course, for people whose cultivation was not high enough, talking about martial arts was useless. It was just a waste of time. For the next few days, he cultivated during the day and talked about martial arts with Lu Zhongyi at night. Lu Zhenru also came to look for Qinzong once. She wanted to bring Qinzong out to play. However, Qinzong was cultivating and did not leave. A few days later, Qinzong felt that he had talked enough with Lu Zhongyi and prepared to leave. Wait, Lu Zhongyi urged Qinzong to stay. He said with a serious expression, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it, Qinzong. Brother Lu, what is it? Qinzong did not agree directly. Friendship was friendship. Not long ago, a secondary world entrance was discovered in the forest 500 kilometers away from Red Valley. After appraisal, it was left behind by a powerful ancient sect. There might be resources and heritage left behind by that sect, Lu Zhongyi said with a serious expression. However, that secondary world entrance is destined to not be monopolized by a single faction. Therefore, after a few days of discussion, a total of 4 factions have obtained a spot to enter that secondary world. Qinzong knew about the secondary world very well. This was because the Tai Yuan Heaven sect had several secondary worlds. Although Qinzong had only entered one, it did not prevent him from understanding it. No matter what, the secondary world was very important. What did Lu Zongyi mean by telling him this? That world entrance has a restriction on the cultivation level of those who enter, Lu Zongyi continued. They cannot exceed the extreme mortal realm. My Lu family has obtained 10 spots. Lu Zongyi's eyes flickered. I've discussed with the family head and the other elders and decided to give up 1 spot. Qinzong, are you interested in that secondary world? Suddenly, Qinzong's eyes flashed, and his breathing quickened. A new secondary world. I'm interested. Why wouldn't I be interested? What do I have to pay? Qinzong quickly calmed down. Indeed, friendship was friendship. However, the spot to enter the secondary world was very important. How could he give away for free? You don't have to pay anything. Lu Zongyi's words startled Qinzong. Let me put it another way. In the Lu family, other than me, there are a few elders and the rest are the younger generation. They're the number 1 of the younger generation, Lu Jingming, number 2, Lu Jianhong, and Lu Jinru. Qinzong, you are very strong. Even Lu Jingming is not as strong as you. Therefore, after entering, if possible, I hope that you can help and protect them. Also, I hope that one day, if the Lu family is in trouble and you have enough power, you can help the Lu family, Lu Zongyi said in a serious tone. Although the Lu family was strong, it was only a mid-tier faction. No one knew if it could survive for a long time. Dynasties and eras changed. Nothing was impossible. Therefore, using a spot to exchange for a favor from a great faction like Qinzong was a loss at first glance. However, in the long run, it was a gain. Of course, the premise was that Qinzong would remember this favor and repay it. After a few days of sparring, Lu Zongyi believed that he did not misjudge Qinzong. He was a person who valued relationships and promises. Using a spot to exchange for a future was feasible. Thinking about it, Qinzong also understood the Lu family's plan. However, Qinzong did not care. If he really had enough power, he could help the Lu family once in the future. Chapter 759. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little. We will provide you with interesting novels to read. 3 days later, the Lu family of the Red Valley, led by Lu Zongyi, along with 5 other elders of the extreme mortal realm, Lu Zhongming, Lu Jianhong, and Lu Jinru, set off with Qinzong to a place 1,000 miles away. Love go little say W. Lu Jingming was very unhappy that Qinzong was also in the group, but there was nothing he could do. This was the decision of the second elder, Lu Zongyi, and he could not object. Lu Jianhong, on the other hand, acted as if it was none of his business, as if he was indifferent to everything in the outside world. As a middle-rank power, to have 3 people in the younger generation break through to the extreme mortal stage, and Lu Jinming's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the extreme mortal stage, it was indeed not bad. A normal middle-rank power wouldn't have such a background. If the middle-grade forces on Chaotian Island were to be compared, there was no comparison at all. According to Elder Lu Zongyi, of the 4 forces that were going to enter that world, 3 of them were middle-grade forces, and 1 of them was an upper-grade force. 1,000 miles would take a long time for an ordinary person to cross, and they would even experience all kinds of dangers during the journey. But it was nothing for 10 people of the extreme mortal realm. Even if they encountered some dangers along the way, they could easily cross it. Therefore, it did not take long for the 10 of them to arrive outside the forest. At the same time, the other 3 forces also arrived at the same time, as if they had calculated the time. Other than the Lu family of the Red Valley, the other 2 middle-grade forces were the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. As for the upper-grade force, it was called the Blackwater Sect. In this area, the Blackwater Sect was equivalent to the Overlord. If not for the fact that the Blackwater Sect was worried that these 3 middle-ranked forces would join hands and cause the Blackwater Sect to be affected and spread the news of this world to other regions, attracting the intervention of other high-ranked sects, the Blackwater Sect would never agree to give up the quota. But even if the quota was given out, it was only a small number. The three middle-grade forces each had 10 people, and the Blackwater sect had sent 70 people. Disciples, deacons, elders. When Chunzong and the others saw the people from the Blackwater sect, they were all very surprised. There were 70 people of the extreme mortal realm, and the highest cultivation was at the peak of LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. The one with the lowest cultivation base was at the first level of the mortal realm. It could be said that the Blackwater sect had mobilized most of the paramount mortal stage practitioners in the sect to explore this subworld and reap the benefits from it. The Blackwater sect was an upper-grade sect, but it was only average among all the upper-grade sects. Even among the younger generation of the Tai Yuan Sky sect, there were less than 100 disciples who had reached the extreme mortal realm. It was even more impossible for the Blackwater sect to do so. However, other than the disciples, there were also the deacons and elders. For a high-ranked sect, it was still possible to find nearly 100 extreme mortal stage practitioners. The people from the Blackwater sect wore long black robes. The black robes flowed like water, causing their auras to become strange and emit waves of coldness. The people from the Blackwater sect also had cold gazes. When they swept past the crowd, the coldness attached itself to them, causing them to involuntarily shiver. Other than Chunzong, the others did not dare to directly look at the people from the Blackwater sect. On one hand, it was because of their aura. There were 70 extreme mortal stage practitioners, and their cultivation techniques were even more powerful. On the other hand, it was because of the reputation of the Blackwater sect. No matter if they were righteous or evil, they were still an upper-grade sect. They could not afford to offend them. Moreover, the Blackwater sect was not considered a righteous sect, so they did not care much. Realizing that there was still someone who dared to look at them directly, the people from the Blackwater sect looked even colder. Especially a few of the disciples. Their eyes glowed like water as they stared fiercely at Chunzong. A trace of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Chunzong frowned slightly. He had heard that the world of warriors was very complicated. There are even cases where one's entire family would be killed just by looking at someone. However, Chunzong had only heard of such cases since he started cultivating. He had never encountered such cases. Now, just by looking at him, some of the disciples from the Blackwater sect had already developed murderous intent towards him. As expected, his expression did not change. Chunzong did not retract his gaze. Murderous intent. Murderous intent. So what? In terms of background, could the Blackwater sect compare with the Tai Yuan Heaven sect? They were not even worthy of carrying shoes. Regardless of background or strength, Chunzong was not afraid. At worst, he would fight. They wanted to threaten him with just a few glances. They were too naive. Seeing that Chunzong did not avoid their threatening glances, but instead looked at them directly, the disciples of the Blackwater sect became more and more furious. The murderous intent on their faces became more and more intense. They were about to kill Chunzong directly. Well, the entrance to the secondary world has been completely stabilized. The people of the Blackwater sect will enter first. An old voice came from the forest. Let's go. The leading elder of the Blackwater sect waved his hand and immediately rushed into the forest. The few disciples of the Blackwater sect who were about to attack Chunzong had to give up temporarily. But as they left, their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they glanced at Chunzong. One of them even stretched out his hand and touched his neck threateningly. Chunzong could not help but smile. They were just a few early-stage, extreme, mortal realm warriors, at most LV5 of the extreme mortal realm. Since they dared to threaten him, he would deal with them in the secondary world. In an instant, Chunzong decided on the outcome for those people. Of course, if they were lucky enough, they could still live. Because Chunzong did not plan to chase after them. If he encountered them, he would just kill them along the way. Soon, the people of the Blackwater sect all entered the secondary world. Then, it was the turn of the three middle-ranked powers. The three middle-ranked powers were on par with each other. Naturally, there was no order to enter first. The people of the Blackwater sect did not care. They just needed to enter first. Go, go, go. The three middle-ranked powers had a total of 30 people. They all rushed into the forest at full speed. Not long after, a glowing door appeared in front of them. That was the door to the secondary world. Swoosh! One by one, they increased their speed and rushed over in a hurry. It was as if they could get more if they entered first. Chunzong's shoulders trembled as he sent a person who was trying to knock Lu Junru away flying, allowing Lu Junru to enter the secondary world without being affected. Then, his figure was extremely agile as he avoided the collision of the two people behind him and entered the secondary world like a swimming dragon. Once Chunzong entered the secondary world, he felt that it was different. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was the most direct. It was thinner than the outside world. Obviously, this was not an environment suitable for cultivation. How good would the resources be in this place? As everyone knew, the abundance of resources was directly related to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The denser and purer the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the easier it was to nurture a good cultivation environment. It was easier to nurture treasured medicines and spiritual medicines that were beneficial to cultivation. Chunzong started to wonder if there would be any good treasures in such a thin spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But now that he had entered, he did not need to consider anything else. He might as well take a look around. Maybe he would really get something satisfactory. "Young friend, are you going to move with us, or?" Lu Zongi asked. Although he already knew, he still needed to confirm. "I'm used to being alone," Chunzong replied with a smile. "It's good that you don't move with us. You won't be a burden," Lu Jingming said with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Brother Jingming, Brother Chunzong's strength. Lu Junru wanted to defend Chunzong. "Everyone, I'll go first. I hope you'll all have a satisfactory harvest." After Chunzong finished speaking, his body flashed and turned into a wisp of smoke. Soon, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "It's quiet now." Lu Jingming smiled coldly and immediately looked at the elders. "Elders, I also plan to move alone." Then, without waiting for the elders to agree, he used his body movement and left in another direction as fast as he could. "I'm leaving." Lu Jianhong also left quickly after finishing his words. "We'll split into 3 groups. Jinru, you'll move with me and 5th elder, 2nd elder Lu Zongi said. "Okay." Lu Jinru's cultivation was the lowest and she was the weakest. It was dangerous to move alone. It was best to move with the other elders. If they split into 3 groups and went in different directions, they would have a better harvest. Not only did the Lu family do this, but the other 2 middle-rank forces and the Blackwater sect, a high-rank force, also did the same. If they split into groups of 2 or 3 and went in different directions, they would be able to find more treasures. If they huddled together, it would be safer, but the efficiency would be too low. As for those who were confident in their own strength or had other ideas, they would move alone. Chunzong's speed became faster and faster, and his body became more and more ethereal. He swept past like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, Chunzong also spread out his spiritual sense, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Everything was clearly recorded in his mind. Suddenly, the figure that was as light as smoke and as agile as a swimming dragon made a turn. It drew a beautiful arc and moved to the side in an extremely natural manner. Its speed did not decrease as it swept past a small tree that was over a meter tall. Originally, there was a purple fruit with red veins growing on the small tree, but when Chunzong swept past, the fruit disappeared. When the fruit entered his hand, Chunzong didn't feel the fluctuation of spirit chi, but a kind of vitality fluctuation. It was very vigorous and pure, and faintly carried a bit of heat, just like his pure yang vitality. Based on the aura fluctuations coming from this fruit, Chunzong was able to infer that it was a spirit fruit, a transcendent realm spirit medicine. It should be a low-rank spirit fruit that could strengthen one's vitality and temper one's physique. Not bad. Chunzong couldn't help but nod secretly and put the fruit into his void ring. There were too few transcendent realm body tempering secret arts. There were some in the Eternal Heaven sect, but Chunzong couldn't obtain them. The strength of one's body and physique were also related. The stronger one's physique was, the more powerful the Nihility sword force would be, and the faster one's speed and reaction would be, the better one's defense would be. All in all, increasing one's strength and survivability would greatly increase. Without a body-tempering secret art, but being able to obtain a body-tempering spirit medicine was also good. After taking and refining it, one's physique would be strengthened. If one could obtain a body-tempering secret art and use it with a body-tempering spirit medicine, the effect would undoubtedly be better. Not long after, Chunzong found some more body-tempering herbs, but they were all precious herbs and didn't have much effect, but they gave Chunzong an idea. Chapter 760. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. If the precious herbs in this world are mainly for body refining, then the sect that used to be the owner of this world might be a body refining sect. At the very least, it might be related to body refining. Guessing, Chunzong's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Body refining. This was the ancient way of cultivation, which was gradually lost. The way of qi refining was the mainstream, but there was still a small part of the inheritance left behind by people who continued to cultivate. It was said that the Eternal Heaven sect was a branch left behind by the ancient way of body refining. It was rare that it could be passed down to this day. If it was a sect that focused on qi refining, it was impossible for them to grow precious herbs for body refining in their own territory. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. The body refining Tao that had been passed down since ancient times. Was his guess true? If it was true, then what about the inheritance? Would it be useful to him? With these thoughts in mind, Chunzong didn't stop at all and kept moving forward. Although the heaven and earth spirit qi in this subworld was thin, the herbs that grew there were almost all body refinement herbs. Most of them were treasured herbs, and there were also some pseudo-spirit herbs. Chunzong was lucky enough to find a low-grade spirit herb fruit. It seems that even if this world belongs to the ancient way of body refining sect, it's probably just average. Boom! Like a surging wave, it brought with it a chilling intent. Suddenly, a black wave surged towards Chunzong from the side. Wherever it passed, the vegetation would first be covered in frost before being crushed and swallowed. The black wave blended into the black wave and rushed towards Chunzong. The chill was torrential, like the undercurrent of deep water. Chunzong's eyes were slightly cold. His body stopped from extreme speed without the slightest ripple, as if he had been standing there for a long time, showing unparalleled control. Using his finger as a sword, he drew a line in the void. A dazzling sword light, like a crescent moon, cut the void and the black wave that was rushing toward him. The person who used this move only saw a flash of cold light in front of him. He was shocked, but before he could dodge, the cold light had already arrived. This was a disciple of the Blackwater sect. The disciples of the Blackwater sect were used to being domineering in this area, and their behavior was also quite evil. They had never been a righteous sect. In addition, it was understandable that they saw Chunzong trying to kill Chunzong outside the forest. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by Chunzong due to his lack of strength. The Blackwater sect's disciple wasn't alone. He had two companions with him. The two companions didn't attack. They thought that one of them would be enough. They didn't expect that they would be killed before they could even react. They couldn't react in time, but Chunzong couldn't. Before entering this world, Chunzong had already sentenced those people from the Blackwater sect to death in his heart. He wouldn't deliberately chase after them, but since they dared to attack him, there was only one consequence. With a light tap of his finger, a sword gleam streaked across the air like a shooting star. Puff puff. As the sound rang out, the two Blackwater sect's disciples had already been pierced through between their eyebrows, falling backwards. After killing 3 people in an instant, Chunzong's body swept past them like the wind, taking away their mustard seed bags along the way. After a quick check, he indeed found some body-refining treasures. Then, as if the heavens had purposely arranged for Chunzong and the Blackwater sect's disciples to meet, Chunzong met another 2 from the Blackwater sect. However, they weren't disciples but 2 attendants. Both of them were at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm. It's him. Kill him. In an instant, the two attendants finished their conversation. This was because this was what the head disciple of the Blackwater sect told them to do. Although the head disciple's cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, his potential was above theirs. He was highly valued by the sect, and his status was even higher than theirs. It was necessary to please him. In order to be sure, the two attendants at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right. The attendant on the left bent his fingers into a claw, and a wave of black light quickly spread out, covering his palm with a cold light. Black water, true technique, blood-clotting claw. Wherever the claw passed, the air would be filled with white frost caused by the low temperature. The blood-clotting claw expanded in the wind and viciously clawed at Shenzong. A terrifying chill covered his entire body and entered his body through every pore. The other deacon also made his move at the same time. His palms, which were glowing with black light, continuously struck out. Every palm strike carried a terrifying power. Dozens of palm strikes in a row turned into rolling black waves, emitting a shocking chill that surged up into the sky. The Blackwater sect's inheritance was the Blackwater true technique, and it was extremely cold. Legend had it that once cultivated to the peak, one could freeze everything. Of course, these two attendants were still far from reaching that level, and it was only a legend. In order to end the battle quickly, Chunzong unsheathed the red jade sword, and two blazing red lights cut through the sky, one from the left and the other from the right. The chill brought about by the Blackwater true technique did not affect Chunzong at all. The difference between their techniques and their levels was not something that could be made up for by a mere chill. Before their attacks could even reach Chunzong, Chunzong's sword had already reached them. So what if they were at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm? They could not resist at all. Instant kill. After killing two 5th level of the extreme mortal realm warriors, Chunzong's expression did not change at all. He had killed stronger warriors before, and this was nothing. Casually taking away the two's mustard seed bags, Chunzong once again moved forward. Not long after, he stopped because there was a stone tablet in front of him, a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet kept breaking into pieces, and that piece was nowhere to be found. The remaining piece stood on the ground, as if it had been battered by the wind and rain. It was full of cracks and looked extremely old. From it, Chunzong could feel that it was very old. It was the accumulation of time, and he did not know how many years it had been. There is only one word on the broken stone tablet. Refine. Obviously, there would be other words on the other broken stone tablet. Refine. Chunzong stared at the broken stone tablet, carefully examining it, trying to find some traces. He even used the scar's sword pupil, but he could only find traces of time on the broken stone tablet. He could not find anything else. He frowned. Without enough information, he could not make a judgment. If he continued searching, he might find another broken stone tablet. Searching, he expanded the range from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, and then to 50,000 meters. Chunzong finally found another stone tablet behind a few rocks. He did not know what kind of force had struck it, but it was deeply embedded into a huge rock, and its edges were full of cracks. He reached out and exerted force. With a boom, this stone tablet was pulled out by Chunzong. Other than the broken part, the rest of the tablet was intact. 1,000. There is also a word on this broken stone tablet. Chunzong brought this stone tablet to the other stone tablet and placed it there. 1,000 refinements. Is this the name of the sect? Or Chunzong frowned again. For the time being, he gave up. There was too little information, and he could not find other traces to follow. He could only go to other places. Perhaps there would be other gains. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a very slight buzzing sound was heard. Chunzong quickly looked and saw that the broken part of the stone tablet was healing. Yes, there was an invisible force that was healing the broken part. After about 20 breaths, the cracks on the stone tablet disappeared. A wisp of invisible brilliance flowed back and forth, washing the stone tablet back and forth like water waves. The stone tablet was intact, and even some of the marks on it disappeared. Such a change stunned Qinzong. He was a little confused. His thoughts turned quickly. In the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, Qinzong had read many ancient books. As one of the top 15 forces on the Blue Waves continent, the collection of ancient books collected by the Taiyuan Heaven Sect was quite astonishing and comprehensive. It could be said that only the two holy lands could surpass it. Although Qinzong had not read all the ancient books, he had read the ancient books of Sangyu Mountain, Jinyuan Mountain, and Rainbow Fall Mountain. In terms of knowledge and information, most of the extreme mortal realm experts were not as good as Qinzong. However, because the amount of information stored was too large, Qinzong usually did not need it. When he needed it, he would need some time to find it. After 3 breaths, Qinzong's eyes emitted a strong light that fell on the stone tablet as if it wanted to pierce through it. An inheritance stone tablet? His tone was a little surprised and doubtful. If this was really an inheritance stone tablet, then his luck was really good. Whether it is an inheritance stone tablet or not, I'll know after I try. Qinzong said to himself, if it is, I can only hope that the inheritance contained in it is not too bad. It would be best if it is a body refining inheritance that is suitable for me. Although this was what he said, Qinzong also understood that there was no such thing as a perfect life. Before entering it, no one would know what kind of inheritance it contained. Perhaps only the person who made this inheritance stone tablet would know. Thinking of this, Qinzong was ready to make a move and test whether this was an inheritance stone tablet or not. Whoosh! A strong wind sound was heard as it approached at an alarming speed. A chill filled the air and locked onto Qinzong from afar. Qinzong's body trembled slightly, and his expression changed slightly. The strength of this aura had reached LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. There was no doubt that this was a powerhouse from the Blackwater sect. The Blackwater sect was a high-grade sect. Even if they were considered average among high-grade sects, they still had high-grade spirit arts and even high-grade linguo. Qinzong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be a match for a LV9 of the extreme mortal realm expert who might have cultivated a high-grade spirit art. Of course, if he used the trump card Elder Sangxian gave him, he would indeed be able to block the opponent's attack. However, it would be useless. What Qinzong really wanted was to fight back and increase his own strength. What's more, that was a trump card that could defend against an LV3 Heavenly Profound Stage Expert. It would be too wasteful to use it on an LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. Qinzong's choice was to leave before the opponent completely closed in. But before leaving, Qinzong still planned to test whether this inheritance stone tablet was an inheritance stone tablet or not. His spiritual sense swept out and completely covered the inheritance stone tablet. Soon after, it spread towards the 2 words on the inheritance stone tablet and completely filled them up. At the same time, the Blackwater sect's extreme mortal realm expert was less than 5,000 meters away from Qinzong. This was a very short distance that could be crossed in an instant. Closer, closer, and closer. The inheritance stone tablet trembled as a burst of light was released from the 2 words, 1,000 refinements. The light rushed out and swallowed Qinzong. Chapter 761. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The black light brought with it a terrifying chill as it landed in front of the stone monument. This was an old man, and the wrinkles on his face were so obvious that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. His eyes stared at the stone monument, and his gaze grew increasingly deep. Around him, a terrifying aura surged like water. Inheritance stone tablet. An extremely cold voice spread out, and a terrifying killing intent was like a tide. With a bang, the tyrannical power shattered everything within a radius of dozens of meters, but the inheritance stone tablet stood still. I'll wait for you here. No matter what inheritance you have to spit it out. It belongs to my Blackwater sect. Qinzong made the right bet. This was really the inheritance stone tablet. In an instant, it was activated by spiritual sense and released its own power, sucking Chunzong into it. This was a gray and hazy, chaotic space. There was no sky or earth. Chunzong stood there alone. Looking around, he could see nothing. Enter my 1,000 refinement stone tablet and pass on my 1,000 refinements path. Suddenly, a grand and ancient voice resounded. It came from all directions and entered Chunzong's ears, and it rumbled like the vast and mighty thunder of the heavens. Go through the 1,000 refinements tribulation, life and death in a single thought. When the last word fell, Chunzong suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He might die here. If he died, he would never be able to come back to life. It would be a true death. What kind of inheritance would cause death? Searching through his memories, Chunzong couldn't find any similar records. It was simply too terrifying. It was too risky to enter here without even knowing what kind of inheritance it was. What if the inheritance was terrible? Or even if it was good, it wasn't suitable for him? Wouldn't it be a wasted risk? When one's cultivation reached Chunzong's level, many thoughts would appear at the same time and flash past in an instant. After that, all of his distracting thoughts were severed by a single slash of the sword. No matter how much he thought, he had already entered. There was no point in worrying and regretting. Since that was the case, he would accept it, pass it, survive, and get the inheritance. His conviction was incomparably firm. Nothing could shake it. Fated One, I don't know who you are, but I can feel your incomparable determination. Are you ready? I'm ready, Chunzong said softly. He didn't know if the other party could hear him, but he still answered anyway. As soon as Chunzong's answer fell, the grayness around them seemed to have been blown away by a strong wind and quickly dissipated. Immediately, a flash of brilliance, like the divine dawn of the beginning of the world, flashed across Chunzong's eyes, and a beautiful scene appeared before his eyes. It was a 10-meter-tall waterfall that was surging with an astonishing amount of water. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and its momentum was vast and mighty. There are 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements, and one stage is the 100 refinements. This is the first stage, the first refinement. The ancient voice sounded in Chunzong's ears, as if it had traveled through time and space. Step into the waterfall and bear it with your body. The first level of the first refining. Chunzong's eyes flashed with a trace of shrewdness. He took a step forward and appeared under the 10-meter-tall waterfall. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the moment his body entered the waterfall, for some reason, his powerful spiritual sense and spiritual power were all silent. He couldn't move at all. The only thing he could move was his physical strength. Boom, boom, boom. A huge amount of water carried a terrible impact. It fiercely hit Chunzong from top to bottom. However, this impact, which was enough to defeat or even kill ordinary warriors on the spot, had no effect on Chunzong at all. Not to mention Chunzong, ordinary warriors in the real martial arts realm could easily resist it. Chunzong quickly thought about it while bearing the impact of the 10-meter-tall waterfall. His spiritual sense and spiritual power were imprisoned, and he couldn't resist it. Only his physical strength could be used. Then, this inheritance was more likely to be about body refining. For a moment, Chunzong's heart was filled with an amazing desire to fight. Come on, 1,000 refining 10th level. After 10 breaths, the waterfall suddenly stopped. Chunzong sensed it. He looked up and saw that the waterfall seemed to be expanding and stretching. 10 meters. 20 meters. The 20-meter-tall waterfall made the water flow more powerful. Chunzong could clearly feel that the impact he had to bear was much stronger. The height of the waterfall doubled from 10 to 20 meters, but the impact increased more than that. However, this impact was still nothing to Chunzong. It was almost like scratching an itch. 30 meters. When the waterfall rose to 30 meters, the impact of the water flow was even more amazing and powerful. 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters. The waterfall was expanding and stretching again and again. As it got higher and higher, the water flow became more and more powerful. Soon, the waterfall became 100 meters high. The first refining 10th level. The impact of the 100-meter-tall waterfall was very powerful, but it was still not enough for Chunzong. Any warrior in the real martial arts realm who had some achievements in body refining could resist it. Love Go Xiao, say, 110 meters, 120 meters, 130 meters. Every 10 breaths, the waterfall would expand, which meant that the trial would enter the next stage and the difficulty would continue to increase. 200 meters, 300 meters. When it reached 300 meters, Chunzong began to feel a trace of pressure. This kind of power was enough to blast a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator into pieces. However, Chunzong had not only achieved body refining, he had also broken through to the transcendent realm. His body had also undergone a metamorphosis. Although there was no change or growth in his absolute strength, his essence had changed. It was a kind of life form upgrade. Therefore, Chunzong could withstand it. He only felt a trace of pressure. 400 meters. That trace of pressure was magnified, but Chunzong could still withstand it. 500 meters. 600 meters. With the increase in pressure, Chunzong's face gradually became serious. 700 meters. This kind of pressure made Chunzong feel like he was about to collapse. His whole body gradually trembled. It was certain that this kind of impact was enough to defeat an ordinary first-layer mortal realm cultivator. Chunzong was in the fourth-layer mortal realm, so he could still withstand it. However, according to the trial's progress, he was only at the 70th stage of the first layer. There were still 30 more stages to go. Could he withstand it? Chunzong did not know, but he could only continue. From the beginning, there was no turning back. No, from the moment he stepped into this inheritance stone tablet, there was no turning back. There was no turning back, so he had to fight his way out. Withstand it. He had to withstand it. 800 meters waterfall. The terrifying force impacted his body. Chunzong felt like his body was about to collapse. His muscles trembled and his bones shook as if they were about to break. Withstand it. He had to withstand it. 900 meters. The pressure increased by an unknown amount. Chunzong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were firm. He had already reached the 90th stage. Just a little more, and he would be able to pass the first layer. No matter what, he had to withstand it. He had to withstand it. 910 meters. Chunzong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. 920 meters. Chunzong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. 950 meters. Chunzong spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His body was shaking slightly. 980 meters. Chunzong spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His body was shaking, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He felt excruciating pain all over his body. It was as if every part of his body was being torn apart. He was only holding on with his tenacious will. 990 meters. This was the 99th stage of the first layer. Chunzong's consciousness began to blur. His internal organs were bleeding profusely. He was in imminent danger. 1,000 meters. The 100th stage of the first layer, the last stage, and also the most powerful stage. Boom. He could not hear anything, see anything, or feel anything. It was as if everything had disappeared. He felt as if his body had been shattered. Only a wisp of inextinguishable spiritual light remained, stubbornly resisting. 10 breaths, but it felt as long as 1,000 years. However, Chunzong withstood it. He finally withstood it. When the 10 breaths were over, Chunzong left the waterfall and was sent to the shore by a gentle force. He looked very miserable. His entire body seemed to have been crushed. However, a force descended and covered Chunzong's entire body. Immediately, he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 breaths, Chunzong had recovered to his original state. Only the robe on his body had become tattered. He had awakened. Chunzong realized that he was completely unharmed. No, not only is it undamaged, my physique. With a slight movement, Chunzong felt as if a shockingly powerful force was being nurtured within his body. This was a tyrannical force that he had never felt before. He checked again and realized that there was more gold in the pure yang qi and blood in his body. Originally, when his cultivation had reached the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm, the gold in his pure yang qi and blood took up about 40%. But now, it had become 45%. An increase of 5% did not seem like much. However, Shenzong knew how difficult it was. With his current cultivation speed, it would take a long time to reach the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm from the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm. Great! Shenzong's face lit up with joy. Although he did not know what the final inheritance would be like, it was not bad that his pure yang qi and blood were able to transform. He wondered what it would be like when his pure yang qi and blood turned gold. With his strength fully recovered, Shenzong quickly stood up. The scene in front of him changed again. There was a sea of flames. The flames were endless, forming a sea of fire. The sea of fire was raging, as if it was going to burn everything to ashes. It was terrifying. Standing in front of the sea of fire, Shenzong could clearly feel the heat. Begin the 2nd stage of the 1,000 refinements. As the ancient voice rang in his ears, Shenzong took a step forward and stepped into the sea of fire. Once he entered the sea of fire, his body was engulfed in flames and burned crazily. However, this kind of temperature was nothing to Shenzong. Shenzong could completely withstand it. However, Shenzong did not dare to do so. According to the rules of the 1st stage of the 1,000 refinements, there would definitely be changes in the sea of fire. The difficulty of the trial would continuously increase. He had withstood the 1st stage of the 1,000 refinements, but could he withstand this stage of the 1,000 refinements? Shenzong did not know. He could only try his best to pass this stage of the 1,000 refinements. There were a total of 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements trial. Only after passing all 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements trial would one receive the inheritance of the 1,000 refinements trial. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Shenzong focused all of his spirit and willpower to withstand the rising temperature of the sea of fire. As the temperature increased, Shenzong felt as if he was being roasted. Chapter 762. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. A char body fell to the ground, like a burnt dead tree. Not only was the exterior damaged, but even the internal organs were also charred. They were completely charred from the inside out by the blazing high temperature. Love go little say W. Chew under such circumstances, a normal person would have died completely. However, the little bit of spiritual light that remained allowed the charred body to retain a trace of life force. It was like a withered tree that had been struck by lightning and burned by the earth fire. Soon after, an invisible force descended and wrapped around the charred body. It continuously seeped into the body as boundless life force surged and continuously nourished the body. The charred internal organs gradually recovered. Like peeling an eggshell, the charred exterior cracked and fell off, turning into powder and being expelled. The internal organs that were exposed were incomparably fresh and tender, full of astonishing vitality. They were even suffused with traces of fluorescent light, full of astonishing defensive power. His internal organs recovered and started to work. The vitality that entered his body became even more abundant, filling his entire body from the inside out. As if he had been reborn, Shenzong soon recovered. His skin was as white as a newborn baby's. It looked fragile, but Shenzong could feel the toughness in it. This toughness seemed to be able to resist all sharpness. Of course, this feeling was just an illusion. His skin membrane had indeed become tougher, but it had not reached the point where it could resist all sharpness. After a careful examination, the power contained in his body seemed to be stronger, and the golden color of his pure yang qi and blood had increased to 50%. Can I increase my strength by 5% after passing each trial? Shenzong's eyes lit up. If that was the case, then it was worthwhile to endure such a trial. However, The trial was too difficult. The feeling just now was as if he had been burned to ashes. The scene in front of him changed again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and the wind roared. Endless wind raged between heaven and earth. This level of the trial was wind. Chunzong had to withstand the wind's attack and the twister's attack. Chunzong took a deep breath. Even before he entered, he knew that this trial would not be easy to pass. However, he still had to pass it. He took a step forward and stepped into a gust of wind. The wind blew on his body continuously, as if it wanted to blow Chunzong away. It was just that this level was nothing to Chunzong at all. The first trial of the third stage. The second trial. The third trial. The 10th refinement. The 20th refinement. The 60th refinement. At this stage, Chunzong began to feel the pressure, but it was very slight. The 80th refinement. Chunzong's face was solemn. He felt that the storm that was everywhere was raging toward him, as if it was going to completely crush him. It was terrifying and unbearable. The 90th trial. Chunzong could no longer maintain his body. His whole body was swept up into the sky by the giant tornado of destruction. The terrifying, twisting force fell on Chunzong's body from all directions, as if it was everywhere. Not only was his body being crazily twisted, Chunzong could also clearly feel that this terrible twisting force was raging inside his body. Even his bones and internal organs were not spared. The pain of enduring this terrible, twisting force inside and outside was indescribable. However, Chunzong had to endure it. No matter what, he had to endure it. When the 100th refinement was completed, Chunzong's consciousness was already dizzy. The last bit of consciousness he had left was feeling his fragmented body, and he felt a lingering fear. Just a little bit, and he would have been crushed into powder by that terrible storm. Fortunately, he made it through. His body began to recover rapidly under the majestic vitality from outside. After recovering, Chunzong felt that the power contained in his body had become stronger. The golden color of his pure yang qi and blood increased from 50% to 55%. With a smile on his face, Chunzong faced the fourth trial. The fourth trial was the power of the earth, a terrible pressure. This kind of pressure was different from the impact of the waterfall. It was not as fast and fierce. Instead, it pressed down bit by bit, but it was endless and constantly strengthened. At first, it might be easy to resist, but as time went by, this kind of pressure increased like a frog being boiled in warm water. In the end, it was difficult to resist. Moreover, this kind of pressure did not come from the sky like the waterfall, but from the sky, front, back, left, and right. It was like being buried. His muscles were torn, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were turned into minced meat. There was no part of his body that was intact. It looked like a pile of crushed bones and flesh. However, Chunzong was still alive. The trials and trials not only changed Chunzong's body, but also strengthened Chunzong's will. Therefore, he was able to resist. However, this was only the fourth trial. There were still 6 more trials. Thinking of this, Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. Perhaps passing the trial could bring obvious benefits, but at the same time, that kind of trial was too painful and terrible. If possible, he really did not want to endure it. However, he had already started, and endured the fourth trial. There was no reason to give up halfway. Moreover, if he could not pass the trial, only death would await him. No matter what the reason was, Chunzong had to hold on. He had to pass the trial. The 5th trial was a thunder valley. Chunzong had to stand in the valley and be bombarded by thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning were violent and powerful. The first trial of the 5th trial. A lightning bolt as thick as a hair cut across the sky and struck down at an astonishing speed. It was so fast that Chunzong was hit before he could react. There was no way for him to dodge. In an instant, his whole body was numb, but he was not hurt. This level of destructive power was far from enough. The second lightning bolt struck down, and it seemed to be a little bigger. Each lightning bolt represented 1 trial. Chunzong had to endure a total of 100 lightning bolts. Each lightning bolt was thicker than the previous one, and its power was increasing. Chunzong stood in place and endured the continuous bombardment of lightning. The hard ground of the valley under his feet began to crack and shatter, and it kept collapsing. When the 100th lightning bolt struck, Chunzong's whole body sank into the ground. He was on the verge of death. His whole body was full of cracks and fragmented, like porcelain. However, as the invisible vitality descended, Chunzong's injuries began to heal. He recovered again and became even stronger. The 6th level of the trial also began. Scorching. Incomparably scorching. This scorching heat was different from the burning of flames. It was a kind of heat that covered both the inside and outside of the body. This kind of heat was vast and mighty, and it was boundless. In the sky above the valley, a blazing sun appeared. The blazing sun was constantly releasing shocking light and heat. This trial was the impact of the sun's power. Of course, it was not the real sun. Otherwise, if that kind of power was released, even an emperor-level powerhouse would be turned into ashes in an instant. It was more difficult than the lightning bolts of the 5th trial. Chunzong endured with all his might. In the 7th trial, a bright moon hung in the sky. The moonlight looked gentle and harmless. Chunzong bathed in the moonlight and felt a kind of peace and tranquility. Was this also a trial? Immediately, Chunzong was sure that this was indeed a trial, because a trace of coldness rose from the inside of his body and quickly spread all over his body. It was different from the power of the sun. However, Chunzong still had to endure. In the end, his whole body stiffened and he could not move at all. He felt as if his soul had been frozen. However, he still endured. The 8th trial began as scheduled. Saber wind and sword rain. Yes, the sky was full of long sabers and sharp swords, slashing from all directions. It was as if many people were attacking with sabers and swords at the same time. The moves were very simple, so simple that it was violent. There was no skill, only power. There was no skill because Chunzong could not dodge. He could only take it passively. Swoosh! His tattered robe was torn, but his tough skin blocked the sharpness of the sabers and swords. Slash! 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 The sabers and swords were bounced away. However, Chunzong's skin was also torn, leaving streaks of blood. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's body was covered with bloody wounds. It was a shocking sight. As the trial progressed, the wounds became deeper and deeper. Chunzong was almost chopped into pieces. Invisible vitality fell and wrapped Chunzong's body. It seeped into Chunzong's body and healed Chunzong's injuries quickly. In the 9th trial, hammers appeared in the sky one after another. The hammers glowed with cold black light and smashed fiercely. With a bang, they hit Chunzong directly. However, Chunzong's body did not move at all. Although this kind of power was very strong, it was relatively speaking. For Chunzong at this time, it was too weak. It was not even qualified to tickle him. The 2nd hammer fell. This represented the 2nd trial of the 9th trial. The 3rd hammer, the 4th hammer, the 5th hammer, one hammer after another continuously. Each hammer was stronger than the previous one, but Chunzong held on. However, Chunzong gradually found that there seemed to be a scorching heat in each hammer. At first, it was very slight, so slight that it was difficult to feel. However, when the 30th hammer hit, the scorching heat began to become obvious. He felt as if he had become a piece of soldering iron. He was constantly being hammered, as if he was being forged. The further he went, the more obvious the feeling of being forged became. Boom! The 100th hammer fell. The hammer became incomparably huge, as if the sky was collapsing. Chunzong felt an amazing pressure crushing him from all directions. Boom! His whole body was numb, and he lost consciousness. There was only chaos. After an unknown period of time, Chunzong's consciousness gradually returned to his body. He found that his body was intact, and he felt as if it had been forged from a rough iron embryo into a fine iron after being hammered thousands of times. His strength still did not increase, but a feeling of gradual transformation arose spontaneously. I passed the 9th trial. What's the 10th trial? Shenzong took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The trial was really painful, but he made it through. He had reached the last trial. The 10th trial began. Heaven and earth changed. Everything disappeared and was replaced by a haze. In the haze, there was a violent sound, as if a giant wheel was rolling. Gradually, a silhouette appeared in the haze. Shenzong stared at it with his eyes wide open. It was a wheel, a quaint and heavy giant wheel covered with strange patterns. The giant wheel rotated slowly, emitting a sense of crushing everything. Chapter 763. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The giant was like a millstone crushing heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it, boundless and vigorous. Standing in front of it, Shenzong felt that he was very small as a speck of dust. The 10th trial. For some reason, Shenzong suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He had a hunch that the 10th trial would be the most difficult and terrifying one. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. Shenzong calmed himself down. His eyes became very determined. He took a step forward and floated toward the giant wheel without hesitation. Entering the giant wheel, the violent roar directly poured into his ears like a huge waterfall. It directly made Shenzong's head roar and almost made him lose consciousness. Although the rotation of the giant wheel was not fast, it did not stop. A sharp pain came from his left foot. Shenzong was shocked to find that his left foot had been crushed. It did not have the ability to resist at all. It was completely crushed. Moreover, the speed of the crushing was not fast. That kind of pain continued to hit him. If it was crushed in an instant, Shenzong would only feel a moment of pain. Undoubtedly, this way was more terrible. His left foot was crushed, his right foot was crushed, his left and right legs were crushed, his body was crushed, his arms were crushed, and his head was crushed step by step. The sharp pain was continuous and very clear. Shenzong found that he could not pass out at all. His consciousness was very clear, and because of this, he could feel the pain more directly. His body was completely crushed. Shenzong thought he was dead, but his consciousness was still there. Immediately, he was shocked to find that his body began to reassemble. In the blink of an eye, his body was reassembled to its original state, intact. But a sharp pain came from his feet again and spread to his whole body. It started again, and he was crushed again. Shenzong immediately understood. The 10th level of the trial was completely different from the previous 9 levels of the trial. In the previous 9 levels of the trial, he could hold on until his body shattered, but it wasn't to the point where he would be completely crushed. But now, there was no way for him to resist at all, and he was directly crushed into pieces. Moreover, it seemed to have happened more than once. If it was just a guess, it should have been crushed 100 times. At the thought of it, Shenzong's hair stood on end. The feeling of being slowly crushed from head to toe was definitely not pleasant. It was worse than death, but he had to endure it 100 times. Thinking of this, Shenzong felt like he was about to break down. 100 times, 100 times. However, since they were already here, there was no way out. Shenzong was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and endured the pain. It was unbearable. 3 times. 4 times. 10 times. Shenzong endured the pain of his body being crushed 10 times, but it was not over yet. 11 times. 12 times. 20 times. 30 times. 40 times. Gradually, along with the sharp pain, Shenzong felt numb. 50 times. 60 times. The numbness intensified, but the pain was still there. Shenzong had to endure it. Time seemed to be stretched infinitely. Shenzong did not know how much time had passed, but when the giant wheel stopped rotating and disappeared, he still did not realize it. That kind of pain seemed to be permanent. In the gray chaos, nothing could be seen or felt. Only Shenzong's body was floating in it. Suddenly awake, Shenzong quickly turned over and stood up. The trial is over. Shenzong looked around in surprise. The giant wheel had disappeared without him noticing, and he was still alive. Did this mean that he had passed the 10th level trial? After a quick check, Chinzong found that the golden color of his pure yang qi and blood had increased from the initial 40% to 90%. The 90% golden color was like rippling water. It seemed ordinary, but it carried an extremely shocking aura fluctuation and contained an amazing power. Once this power was released, it would be very terrifying. However, Chinzong did not know how to release it. So, I have really passed the 10th level trial. A burst of joy rose from his heart and spread across his face. This kind of trial was really terrifying. Chinzong really did not want to try it again, but he was happy that he had passed the trial. Then, since he had passed the trial, could he accept the so-called inheritance of the 1,000 refinements method? As soon as the thought came to his mind, a majestic will seem to penetrate through time and space. With a roar, like the divine thunder at the beginning of the world, a golden light broke through the chaos and struck Chinzong's head. As soon as Chinzong noticed it, he was hit and could not dodge at all. In an instant, Chinzong's body froze. He could not move at all. His eyes were wide open in shock. A huge flood of information kept surging in his mind. Fortunately, Chinzong's will and consciousness had been tempered time and time again and had become more tenacious. Thus, he was able to completely resist the impact of this flood of information. After some time, the flood of information disappeared. Chinzong finally had time to organize it. 1,000 refinements method, 1,000 tempering method, indestructible body. Chinzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But if that was really the case, why did the ancient sect disappear? Obviously, the so-called indestructible body was not the real indestructible body. But Chinzong did not think too much about it. Even if it was not the real indestructible body, so what? He did not count on it from the beginning. Naturally, he was not disappointed. He just hoped to get a body refining method that was suitable for him. Now, it seemed that the 1,000 refinements method was quite suitable. But whether it was suitable or not, he had to organize the information to be sure. There was a lot of information. Even with Chinzong's realm, it was not easy to organize it. 1,000 refinements method. This was not just the inheritance of a method, but the inheritance of a cultivation method. There was a huge gap between a cultivation method and a path of cultivation. Cultivation methods were only a part of the path of cultivation, nothing more. 1,000 refinements method. This was a complete cultivation method. There were methods, martial arts, secret techniques, and even forbidden techniques. Finally, Chinzong accepted all the information. His eyes lit up with joy. The technique of the 1,000 refining way was called the 1,000 refining mysterious technique. It was a very simple name, but it was not simple at all. It was a supreme grade spiritual technique. In other words, in terms of grade, the 1,000 refining way was not inferior to the Taiyuan divine way, nor was it inferior to the heavenly sword way. The 1,000 refinements mysterious technique. Chinzong looked at it carefully. There might be someone outside who is at the extreme 9th level waiting for me. So, he had to cultivate first. Chinzong could feel that if he did not want to leave, he could stay here forever. Of course, he could not stay here forever, but he could stay here for a while to cultivate the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique and see if he could make progress on the path of body refining. After carefully comprehending the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique, Chinzong understood that the previous 10 trials were not only a test, but also a kind of support for cultivating the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique. It allowed his body to undergo some kind of indescribable transformation. After that, he could cultivate the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique. In other words, without the tempering of the trials, even if he obtained the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique, he could only watch helplessly. Chinzong felt that his luck was not bad. A top-grade body refining inheritance. Moreover, it was suitable for him. All the conditions were met. He could start cultivating now. There is the intense sword way in the qi cultivation method, the 1,000 refinements method in the body refining method, and the spirit refining method in the spirit refining method. Chinzong's eyes flashed. If my luck is good enough, I can obtain the subsequent cultivation method. Then he shook his head. There was the chi cultivation method, the body refining method, and the spirit refining method. But the subsequent cultivation method of the spirit refining method did not exist in this world. Although he did not know what kind of world it was, thinking back, it was very powerful. It was not something the Blue Waves world could compare to. He did not know whether he had the chance to step into that world in this life. The Thousand Refinements method and the Spirit refining method. If they are all integrated into the Heart Intent Sword Way, the Heart Intent Sword Way will be flawless. Chunzong's eyes were incomparably bright. Without a doubt, this was a magnificent feat as well as a great ambition. It was too difficult to include all the essence, chi, and spirit in an inheritance. Let's cultivate the Thousand Refinements mysterious technique first. Chunzong suppressed the excitement and desire in his heart. It was very difficult to complete that step. At the very least, he had to thoroughly understand the Thousand Refinements method first. The Thousand Refinements mysterious technique was divided into two parts, movement and stillness. The movement method was for training and refining, and the stillness method was for nurturing. Only with training and nurturing could one achieve the Tao. The movement method was a series of movements. There were a total of 99 forms. In other words, this was a strange martial art. It did not have any combat power. It was just a pure movement of the body. It trained every part of the body from top to bottom. As soon as Chunzong practiced it, he realized the difficulty. Indeed, if he had gone through the 10 trials, he would not have been able to cultivate it. It would have been difficult for him to complete the 99 forms of the movement method. However, after going through the tempering of the 10 levels of training, his body had undergone an indescribable transformation, and he could easily execute the 99 moves of the movement technique. When Chunzong executed the 99 moves consecutively, with a bang, the power hidden within his body seemed to have been released, transforming into a formless yet extremely majestic torrent that continuously battered Chunzong's body. A terrifying aura turned into a storm that surged out from Chunzong's body and blew in all directions. The pure yang qi and blood flowed faster. Gradually, like a long river, it turned into the roar of the sea. Wave after wave of impact, it made a series of thunderous roars. The tyrannical power released from his body flowed into the pure yang qi and blood bit by bit, causing the golden color of the pure yang qi and blood to increase. From the pure yang qi and blood, there was another aura. This aura was extremely powerful and permeated into every part of Chunzong's body. It was like the impact of a torrent. It was like burning. It was like freezing. It was like the suppression of the earth. It was like the slashing of swords and sabers. It was like the bombardment of a giant hammer. It was like the crushing of a giant wheel. Chunzong felt as if his body had gone through the 10 trials again. However, he did not feel the pain of the trials. Instead, he felt a sense of sublimation. He felt as if his whole body was about to fly. His organs, bones, veins, muscles, skin, etc., were all strengthened under the impact of this aura. With a pop, it was as if something had broken. A feeling of breaking through shackles spontaneously arose. Chapter 764. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It was as if the clouds were parted to reveal the moon. It was as if the sky was clear and the earth was clear. In an instant, Chunzong knew that his body had broken a limit. At first, a weak aura emerged from the deepest part of his body. As time went by, the aura grew stronger and stronger, filling every part of his body. Rumble. It was like a torrent. Chunzong felt that his body was growing stronger and stronger. His strength broke through 100,000 kilograms and continued to climb. It was like a torrent that opened a gate, constantly surging and growing stronger. Not only did his strength increase, but all his other aspects were also significantly enhanced. With continuous cracking sounds, Chunzong's body trembled again and again. His muscles swelled and undulated like a dragon or a snake rising from the ground. The golden color in the pure yang qi and blood began to increase little by little. On the contrary, the red color gradually decreased. This was a transformation, an essential transformation, a transformation of the form of the pure yang qi and blood. However, the transformation speed was not fast. Compared with the previous 10 trials, it seemed very slow. When there was no more power surging out from the depths of his body, Chunzong moved his hands and feet. A series of explosive sounds came one after another. Chunzong felt that he could blow up a mountain with one punch. This kind of power surging in his body intoxicated him. The power of the physique was different from the spiritual sense and the spiritual force. To put it simply, the power of the physique was the most primitive power. It was a power that completely belonged to oneself. It was also a power that was possessed from birth. It was just that when one was born, the power of the physique was very weak. However, as one grew and strengthened, one needed to cultivate to become stronger. The spiritual sense and the spiritual force did not exist at the beginning. They would only appear when one cultivated to a certain extent. Moreover, the power of the physique was the most direct feeling. Whether it was walking or picking up things, the power of the physique was used at the beginning. If a person wanted to live a normal life, he could live without spiritual sense or spiritual force. But he absolutely could not live without the power of the physique. Without the power of the physique, he could not pick up things, walk, or even chew his teeth or breathe. How could he live? This was instinct. Clenching his fists, Chunzong's eyes flashed as he felt an explosive force radiate from them. He could feel that there was a kind of power hidden within his physique, a kind of unique strength that only those who had reached the transcendent realm in the body-tempering Tao could possess. This strength was golden in color. It was the strength that had been tempered thousands of times, and it was as though it was corporeal. Immediately, he threw a punch. Boom! The punch was slow. It was not a speed increase, but it was like a hammer. 200,000 Jin. Chunzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xiaochen did not use any technique in this punch. He only used his own strength and threw it out in the simplest way. Yet, it had the might of 200,000 Jin. Previously, his arm strength was only 100,000 Jin. The cultivation of the 1,000 refinements mysterious art had increased Chunzong's arm strength by 100,000 Jin. Immediately, Chunzong threw another punch. This punch was very fast. There was no fist, only a flash of golden light, followed by a roar. The speed was faster, much faster. Chunzong could also feel that his skin had become tougher. Now, even a level 3 pseudo-spirit weapon would have a hard time breaking his skin. I wonder if my body refining is comparable to the extreme mortal realm. Chunzong thought to himself. In theory, it should be possible. But in reality, without a battle, he would not know. Even if it was comparable, he did not know what level of the extreme mortal realm he could compare to. After testing his improvement, Chunzong continued to cultivate. It was still the 99 moves. Now, that Chunzong had gone through the tenfold trial, and with his amazing accumulation, he did not need to use the static method to cultivate. First, he used the dynamic method to tap the potential of his body until he reached the bottleneck. After the second cultivation, the power surging in his body was further strengthened. 250,000 Jin. Although it was not as obvious as the first cultivation, there was still a significant improvement. I can continue. Chunzong started to cultivate again. 250,000 Jin. Then, Chunzong took out all kinds of body-refining elixirs, pseudo-spirit medicines, and spirit medicines from the virtual ring and took them all. 250,000 Jin. 250,000 Jin. 250,000 Jin. 250,000 Jin. When his strength increased to 300,000 Jin, Chunzong felt that the speed of his cultivation had greatly decreased, and the improvement had become even slower. Therefore, Chunzong stopped cultivating. The qi refining method produces spiritual power, The mind refining method makes the spiritual sense purer and stronger, and the body refining method produces spiritual power. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. The change of mind is to combine these three forces into one and form a new force. Under the effect of the change of mind, the formless sword force was formed. It was still very powerful, but Chunzong knew very well that this formless sword force was not perfect. As his cultivation increased, its power would gradually decrease. Or rather, it would not decrease, but there was a limit to how much it could increase. For example, his current cultivation was at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. When he used the formless sword force and sword arts, he could fight or even defeat an ordinary 7th level mortal realm warrior. However, when he faced an 8th level mortal realm warrior who cultivated an upper level spiritual art, he was not strong enough. Even if his cultivation increased to the early stage of the 5th level mortal realm, he would at most be able to fight against an 8th level mortal realm warrior. When his cultivation reached the early stage of the 6th level mortal realm, he might not be able to fight against a 9th level mortal realm warrior. This was because, as his cultivation increased and his spiritual sense increased, his physique remained stagnant. As the gap between the three increased, his physique would become his shortcoming, limiting the improvement of the formless sword force. Chunzong estimated that when his cultivation reached the 9th level mortal realm, the formless sword force would not be much stronger than spiritual power. Now, it was different. After obtaining the 1,000 refining method inheritance and stepping onto the body refining path, his physique had broken through to the transcendent realm, giving birth to an even stronger spiritual power. When spiritual power, and spiritual sense combined, the formless sword force would be even stronger and have more potential. Right now, I should be able to fight an LV8 extreme mortal realm warrior with an upper-level spiritual skill. Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly like the sun in the sky. Let's wait a little longer. First, I'll practice the 1,000 refining methods, martial arts, and secret arts. He continued to cultivate. The 1,000 refining methods martial arts were not complicated. The reason why the inheritance's information was so vast was because of the mysteries within. 1,000 refining fists, 1,000 refining palms, 1,000 refining fingers, 1,000 refining kicks, 1,000 refining storm. There were a total of 5 moves. It could also be said that there were 5 styles. 1 fist, 1 palm, 1 finger, 1 kick. The last 1,000 refining storm was a combination of fist, palm, finger, and leg. It was the most tyrannical attack. Although there were only a few moves, they were very simple. Moreover, each move contained an astonishing mystery. Like the 1,000 refining fists, when a fist was thrown, it was as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. His spiritual power was continuously superimposed in an instant, and finally condensed into the most tyrannical one, capable of destroying mountains and breaking peaks. Like the 1,000 refining palms, when a palm was thrown, it was as if one's strength was unceasingly impacted, as if it was an endless wave disintegrating all defenses. Like the 1,000 refining fingers, when a finger was pointed, the strength was constantly rotating and compressing, and finally condensed into one. It had an unparalleled penetrating power, capable of piercing through anything. Like the 1,000 refining kicks, when a kick was thrown, it was as if a giant hammer had been hammered 1,000 times, smashing iron into steel, crushing everything. And the last 1,000 refining storm was the combination of the 4 moves. It was the true essence, the ultimate move, and its power was even more terrifying. After comprehending, Chunzong could not help but be shocked. It seemed simple, but in fact it was astonishing. Returning to the original, the Great Tao was simple. Every move brought Chunzong extreme comprehension. Although he had a flash of inspiration, he was unable to grasp it in a short period of time. Chunzong knew that if he could truly comprehend this 1,000 refinements spiritual martial art, he might be able to improve his way of the sword. Now, let's practice these 5 moves first. After comprehending the mysteries of the Thousand Refinements fist, Chunzong punched out. With a thunderous boom, the entire space trembled. However, Chunzong couldn't help but frown. He wasn't satisfied because this punch wasn't the true Thousand Refinements fist. It was still insufficient. The strength is too scattered. The profound meaning of the Thousand Refining Fists is about strength. No, it should be said that the profound meaning of the Thousand Refining Lingwu is about the control of strength, different kinds of control. The power of the Thousand Refining Fists is to compress layers of strength into a ball and release it all at once, causing a terrifying attack. Only by compressing the strength into a ball 1,000 times and releasing it can the Thousand Refining Fists be considered a great success. After comprehending this point, Chunzong found the right direction. It was easier to cultivate, but it was very difficult to compress the strength 1,000 times in an instant. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Chunzong kept working hard, and the power of each punch was more and more tyrannical and shocking. 100 times. With a boom, the primal chaos space seemed like it was about to break. But that was just an illusion. This primal chaos space was incomparably strong. Even if Chunzong was 100 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to break it. However, Chunzong found that the current limit was to compress the strength 100 times. It was too difficult to continue compressing. He gave up for the time being and turned to cultivate the 1,000 refining palms. However, the 1,000 tempering palms was different. It was not a compression of energy, but a superposition of energy. Layer after layer, the layers were linked together, and there was a unique pattern that could not be interrupted. It was also very difficult to achieve this. Boom, boom. As Chunzong struck out with his palm, the palm shadows bombarded out like a tide, creating a shocking whistling sound. Similarly, it was difficult to cultivate to the level of 100 superpositions. He turned to cultivate the 1,000 refining fingers. The strength of the 1,000 refining fingers was rotating, and it was naturally compressed into a strand of energy during the rotation. Rotate once. Rotate twice. Rotate thrice. No matter how many times it rotated, it was done within a breath. In other words, the great success of the 1,000 refining fingers had to rotate 1,000 times in a breath. However, Chunzong still found it difficult to continue cultivating after rotating 100 times. He had no choice but to cultivate the 1,000 refining legs. Chapter 765. Subworld. Outside of the inheritance steel, the Blackwater sect's 9th level extreme mortal realm elder was impatient, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He's been in there for so long and still hasn't come out. In a fit of anger, the elder threw out a palm attack. His palm turned up a black wave-like light, carrying a horrifying power that seemed to contain the power of an ocean. It hit the inheritance steel hard. With a bang, the inheritance steel shook. The power kept hitting the steel as if it was going to break it, but it was withstood. The legacy stone tablet itself was made of extraordinary materials. In addition, there was a tyrannical force protecting it. It would be difficult to break it. At least an extreme mortal realm cultivator couldn't. The elder of the Blackwater sect also knew this. As a result, he did not attack again after throwing out palm strike. His eyes constantly flickered with light as he hesitated. He was hesitating whether he should continue waiting until that person came out or just leave. The purpose of entering this world was to get resources and the inheritance. Now, the inheritance was right in front of him, but because he was too slow, it was taken by someone else. However, there was still a chance to get the inheritance, and that was to capture the person alive and interrogate him. However, after waiting for so long, the person still hadn't come out from the inheritance steel. This was a choice. He could continue waiting, but he didn't know how long he would have to wait, and the other resources and inheritance might be taken away by someone else. Or he could leave, but waiting just now was a waste of time. Just as the Blackwater sect elder was hesitating, the inheritance steel shook slightly and shone brightly. Immediately, a figure came out from the steel and landed in front of it. "He's out." The Blackwater sect elder was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he threw out a palm attack. It changed rapidly in the air and finally turned into a claw that grabbed the figure's shoulder. Endless power turned into black waves and flowed on the 5 fingers of the hand in a strange way. If caught, all of the power would be disintegrated, and there would be no way to resist. The Blackwater sect elder's speed was fast, but the figure's reaction was also very fast. The moment the black claw grabbed the figure's shoulder, the figure shook and slightly shrunk his shoulder, cleverly dodging the claw. At the same time, he raised his fist and compressed his powerful chi. Boom! The sound of the chi explosion was shocking. The fist broke through the air like a meteor falling from the sky, bringing with it an extremely shocking power. This punch seemed simple, but in reality, it had been tempered thousands of times, returning to its original state. The power of this punch was astonishing. 1,000 refined fists. The Blackwater sect elder's expression changed. This punch didn't have any spirit force fluctuations, but its power was shocking. Without any time to think, the Blackwater sect elder pulled back his arm and threw out a palm. Boom! Chi energy surged. The Blackwater sect's elder's body swayed as he felt a terrifying force charge at him, causing his palm to hurt. However, that figure instantly slid back over 100 meters, his feet tearing open the ground. Dust billowed out like a giant python. Chunzong's chi and blood were shaken, and his internal organs were impacted. A surge of blood rushed to his head, but it was forcefully swallowed down by Chunzong. His face flushed red. Obviously, Chunzong was no match for his opponent at all. His opponent's power kept rushing into his body, causing damage. That kind of power was overbearing and cold. However, Chunzong still managed to expel the power that invaded his body. The reason why Chunzong took a blow from his opponent was because he wanted to know what level of the extreme mortal stage he was at after he inherited the method of 1,000 refinements. His opponent was at the 9th LV of the extreme mortal stage, and he practiced an upper-level spirit art. The method of 1,000 refinements is an ultimate level inheritance. In terms of cultivation, it is equivalent to the 5th LV of the extreme mortal stage. But in terms of strength, it is comparable to the 7th LV of the extreme mortal stage who practiced an upper-level spirit art. Chunzong wasn't 100% sure if this estimate was correct, but it should be close. In other words, Chunzong was already able to fight against a 7th LV of the extreme mortal stage who practiced an upper-level spirit art with an upper-level spirit art. However, this wasn't the biggest gain. After all, before this, Chunzong's strength was already enough to fight against a 7th LV of the extreme mortal stage who practiced an upper-level spirit art. The biggest gain was that Chunzong's body now had a stronger physique and defense. A body that had been tempered thousands of times and practiced the method of 1,000 refinements could withstand stronger attacks. In the previous clash, the Blackwater Elder was at the 9th LV of the extreme mortal stage. Even though he didn't use his full strength, he still used 70% of his strength. He only managed to push Chunzong back, injuring Chunzong a little, but didn't defeat him. If it had been a clash like before, Chunzong's injuries would have been several times more severe. His amazing self-healing ability took effect, and his injuries quickly healed. The paleness on Chunzong's face disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Boom! A terrifying aura surged, like an invisible wave that reached the sky. The Blackwater Elder's expression changed greatly, and a dark shadow appeared in his heart. He had a bad feeling, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he became more and more excited, because he believed that this person had become so strong because he had received the inheritance from the stone tablet. Then, if he could force the inheritance out of him, he would become even stronger and might even have a chance to reach the Earth Spirit stage. Chunzong struck out with his palm, and 100 layers of energy collided, causing the air to surge like a tidal wave. Then, he pointed out with his finger, and the terrifying energy rotated 100 times in the blink of an eye, piercing through the air and shooting towards the elder. Then, his body leapt lightly, and his leg carried a terrifying amount of energy. It created 100 afterimages of his legs, like a giant axe splitting a mountain. Storm of 1,000 refinements. With a low roar, Chunzong turned into a tornado and blasted towards the Blackwater Elder. Fist, palm, finger, leg. These were the first 4 moves of the 1,000 refinements Lingwu, and they were all activated and repeated. 100 times, each move was extremely powerful and merged into one. One couldn't see his hands or feet, and in the end, one couldn't even see the person. Only a terrifying storm swept over, and wherever it passed, the grass and trees would fly up and turn into dust. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The Blackwater Elder was shocked, and his expression darkened. He raised his arms and lowered them again. Vaguely, there was a roar like a tsunami, and a black shadow appeared behind him, surging like a tidal wave. The Blackwater True technique was fully activated, and there was no reservation. The black water filled the air, and it was extremely overbearing and cold, as if it could freeze everything and destroy all life. It followed the Blackwater Elder's 2 palms to attack. The collision caused a shocking explosion, and the surrounding ground cracked inch by inch. Pieces flew up and were shattered by the terrifying shockwave. No one could see the figure, and only the continuous rumbling sound could be heard. After 10 breaths, a figure quickly retreated. It was Chunzong. The Blackwater Elder blasted out with both palms, and a terrifying wave of black water rushed towards him. The power of the 1,000 refinement storm was indeed very strong. However, Chunzong hadn't cultivated the 1,000 refinements fist, 1,000 refinements palm, 1,000 refinements finger, and 1,000 refinements leg to the greater completion or even the perfection realm. Therefore, the power of the 1,000 refinement storm was limited. Secondly, the huge gap in cultivation wasn't so easy to cross. The rebounding force shook Chunzong's qi and blood, and there was a faint pain in his body. Chunzong knew that he was injured again, but this time it was obviously much lighter than before. If I use the 1,000 refinement storm with all my strength, I can suppress or even defeat LV7 Human Extreme Realm Warrior who cultivates an upper-class spiritual skill. Chunzong thought to himself. Of course, this was referring to normal practitioners. If it was those geniuses who could fight above their level, it would be a different story. The black wave rushed towards him with shocking power. This was the Blackwater Elder's full strength, and he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to injure Chunzong severely and capture him. Cut! A low shout was like the thunder of sword chi. The crimson sword light seemed to split the sky, and the sword slashed down. This sword strike looked incomparably ferocious, incomparably sharp, yet incomparably graceful. Void sword strength. Sword will basic movement. The sword slashed down, and the black wave paused for a moment before it was split open. How is this possible? The Blackwater Elder's face was filled with disbelief. Even with his LV9 human extreme realm cultivation and the tyrannical power of the Blackwater True technique, he was split in half by the opponent's sword. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The sword light had already split the black wave and was about to kill him. This sword seemed simple, but the Blackwater Elder found that it was difficult to dodge. No matter which direction he dodged, he would be hit. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only take it head-on. Activating the Blackwater True technique, his palms seemed to be made of black metal. He bent his fingers into claws and quickly grabbed at the sword light. Unexpectedly, the sword light was like a flower in a mirror. It twisted instantly, causing his hands to miss. Then it slashed again, and a ray of light flickered, aiming at his mind. The Blackwater Elder paused for a moment, and a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, as if he was struggling. Sword will ask the heart. One sword asks the heart, and it goes straight to the heart. In an instant, the Blackwater Elder came to his senses and quickly moved his body to the side. Poochie! An arm flew up high, and blood spurted out. Retreat! The Blackwater Elder made a prompt decision. Although his heart was filled with killing intent and hatred, he also understood that his strength was greatly reduced after losing an arm. He would leave first and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. As soon as the Blackwater Elder retreated, Chunzong chased after him with his sword. The red jade sword slashed down, and the sword light tore through the sky. It was as dense as a torrential rain, and all of it bombarded. In the torrential sword light, Chunzong's speed was extremely fast. It was as if he was shuttling through the torrential rain, bringing with him an unparalleled sharpness. With another sound, the Blackwater Elder was hit in the back. Hit! 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 The injury continued to worsen. Damn it, don't force me, the Blackwater Elder shouted angrily. When you attacked me, only death awaited you, Chunzong replied coldly. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Then you can go to hell. The Blackwater Elder's face was full of ruthlessness. Bearing the pain of being hit, he opened his 10 fingers and quickly and forcefully poked himself. A strange sound rang out. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded from the Blackwater Elder's body, like a black smoke rising into the sky. The roar of the tide became more and more intense, making Chunzong think that he was in a black sea and was listening to the sound of black waves. His heart jumped involuntarily. The Blackwater Elder's aura became more and more tyrannical, almost doubling. Chapter 766. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged, and each of them became as sharp as a sword. It was like 10,000 swords returning to their roots, like rivers flowing into the sea. Countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth turned into sword chi and poured into Chunzong's body. Secret method. Sword chi returns to origin. With a strong physique, Chunzong could better perform the sword chi returns to origin and integrate with the seemingly endless sword chi. The elder of the Blackwater sect performed the forbidden method and his strength doubled, while Chunzong performed the sword chi returns to origin. Both of them were increasing their strength. Strong chi rose from their bodies to the sky. The elder of the Blackwater sect's chi was black. Behind him, there seemed to be a black sea. Chunzong's chi was a kind of faint silver and gold. It was difficult to distinguish, but it was incomparably sharp, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. At this point, there was no way out. The elder of the Blackwater sect could only fight with all his strength. He gathered all the strength in his remaining arm and released it together with the strength increased by the forbidden method. It turned into a black torrent, cold, domineering, and exterminating life. Chunzong also slashed out with his sword. The red jade sword vibrated. Under the infusion of endless sword chi, the sword tore the sky apart. The heavenly sword split the sky. This sword made Chunzong feel that he could even split the sky apart. A straight faint black sword mark broke through the sky and cut the black torrent in half. It was like a hot knife through butter. It moved forward with indomitable will, and nothing could stop it. It slashed through the elder of the Blackwater sect and left a crack on the ground behind him. The elder of the Blackwater sect died. After killing his opponent, Chunzong immediately stopped the sword chi returns to origin. He felt some tearing pain in his body, but it was much better than before. At least he could bear it. Chunzong could not help but reveal a smile as he realized that his overall strength had improved by leaps and bounds with this inheritance. This time, he owed the Liu family of the Red Valley a favor. Entering this world was indeed very valuable. The way of 1,000 refinements. Even in ancient times, this was one of the top inheritances of the body-tempering path. Next, we should focus on finding more body-refining elixirs, Chunzong said to himself. Anything below the level of spirit medicine would not be of any help to him. Immediately, he put away the mustard seed bag of the Blackwater sect elder and looked through it. There were many things, but Chunzong did not care. What really attracted his attention was a low-grade spirit medicine for body refining. After putting away the spiritual medicine, Chunzong continued his journey. How dare you touch the things that my Blackwater sect wants? Lin Mingtang smiled sinisterly. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he stared at the person in front of him. Lu Zhengming's face was very ugly. He was the one who found the fake spirit medicine first. When he was about to pick it, he was suddenly attacked. Fortunately, his strength was not bad, and he quickly dodged. The people who attacked were naturally these two Blackwater sect disciples before him. The Blackwater sect had always been domineering in this area because no other power could compare to them. Therefore, the disciples of the Blackwater sect were unscrupulous in their actions. It was common to say that black was white. Although the Lu family was not weak, the gap between them and the Blackwater sect was very obvious. Of course, Lu Zhengming's talent was outstanding. He was confident that he was not inferior to the many disciples of the Blackwater sect. Moreover, in this world, if he had the ability, Lu Zhengming did not mind killing these two people in front of him. After all, no one would see. However, one of the Blackwater sect disciples, Lin Mingtang, was at the middle stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm. He was even stronger than Lu Zhengming, who was at the initial stage. He could not beat them, and the power behind him was not as strong as them. What else could he do? There was nothing he could do. Lu Zhengming was very aggrieved, but he was still rational. He knew that he could not force them, so he decided to swallow his anger and turn to leave. Wait, Lin Mingtang spoke again. You want to touch my things, but now you want to leave? There is no such thing in the world. What do you want? Lu Zhengming was full of anger, but he could only ask back. What? A trace of a smile appeared in Lin Mingtang's gloomy eyes. Take out your mustard seed bag and let me see. Lu Zhengming's expression changed when he heard this. In the mustard seed bag, there were not only his own things, but also the resources he found after entering this world. How would he give it to someone else? You don't want to hand it over, right? Then go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mingtang made his move without hesitation. His finger, which was suffused with a black light, shot out, and a cold black finger force pierced through the air towards Lu Zhengming. At the same time, another Blackwater sect disciple's figure flashed, cutting off Lu Zhengming's escape route. Lu Zhengming was talented and had rich battle experience. He quickly reacted and dodged, glaring at the other. Don't go too far. So what? Lin Mingtang smiled sinisterly and pointed his finger again. It was still the water-like black finger force, but it was faster than the previous one. Aren't you afraid of causing a fight between the Blackwater sect and my Lu family? Lu Zhengming asked angrily as he dodged. Does your Lu family dare? Lin Mingtang's words made Lu Zhengming speechless. Yes, does the Lu family dare? Of course not. After all, the Lu family was not as strong as the Blackwater sect. The gap was too big, and they would rather avoid it. How could they take the initiative to offend the Blackwater sect? Don't go too far in life, Lu Zhengming said sullenly. Lin Mingtang didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth curled up. His face was full of mockery, which made Lu Zhengming even angrier. The anger in his heart surged, and then exploded with a boom. A strong power surged out of Lu Zhengming's body. The power of the early stage of the third level of the mortal realm was released without reservation. His long blade was unsheathed, and the cold blade light was like white snow. Suddenly, it flashed with a hint of red, breaking through the air. The Lu family's inheritance red blade. Slash! The resistance of an ant. Lin Mingtang smiled coldly again. He didn't dodge, but pointed his finger. The black finger force broke through the air, shattering the blade light like the setting sun, and shot toward Lu Zhengming. Lu Zhengming's body flashed and split into three, each holding a blade and attacking Lin Mingtang from the left, the middle, and the right. The blade chi was eerie, just like the setting sun in the west. The red blade was full of murderous intent. Get lost! With a loud roar, Lin Mingtang struck out with his palm. A huge black water palm broke through the air, shattered the saber light, and sent Lu Zhengming flying. Lu Zhengming coughed up blood in midair, which was suffused with cold air. With a bang, Lu Zhengming fell dozens of meters away. His face was pale and green. The coldness of the black water true technique continued to invade his body, as if it was going to freeze him, causing his skin to gradually turn green. Overconfident trash. How dare you attack Senior Brother Lin? You're looking for death. Another Blackwater sect disciple sneered. Lu Zhengming struggled to get up. He wanted to hold onto his long blade, but he felt that his 5 fingers were gradually becoming stiff. If he couldn't even hold his blade properly, then he wouldn't be able to fight. Looking at Lin Mingtang approaching step by step, as if he was the Grim Reaper, Lu Zhengming couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Lu Zhengming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 3rd level of the mortal realm, and he practiced a mid-stage of the 3rd level of the mortal realm. He was only second to the first disciple of the Blackwater sect, and it was said that he practiced an upper-stage spiritual technique. The gap between them had existed since the beginning. But was he going to be killed just like that? Unwilling. Lu Zhengming was extremely unwilling. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mingtang pointed his finger once again. The black finger force instantly traversed dozens of meters and shot towards Lu Zhengming's forehead. Lu Zhengming felt as if his body had been frozen. He couldn't move or dodge, and could only watch as the black finger force pierced through the air. In the next moment, he would be hit, and his head would be pierced, and he would be killed. Despair enveloped him, and a shadow of death spread. Lin Mingtang and the other Blackwater sect disciples' sinister smile froze in front of their eyes. In the blink of an eye, in just a moment, a ray of sword light shot towards him at an even faster speed, as if it had pierced through space and time. Just as the black finger force was about to hit Lu Zhengming's forehead, the sword light hit the black finger force first and dispersed it. The sound of the sword light was sharp, and it only came after it had passed. It seemed to be light, but also like rolling thunder. Who is it? Lin Mingtang shouted angrily, and quickly turned his head to look. You're looking for death. The other Blackwater sect disciple was a bit slower, but his gaze also fell on a figure in the distance. It's you. Lu Zhengming turned his head with difficulty, and saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He was completely surprised. Chen Zong. Coincidentally, Chen Zong happened to pass by and saw this scene. Previously, Chen Zong had promised Lu Zongyi that he would protect the Lu family disciples. If he didn't see it, then so be it. But since he saw it, and the Lu family disciples were about to be killed, he had to help no matter what. This was a promise. Therefore, Lu Zhengming survived. How dare you interfere with my Blackwater sex matters? I'll kill you first. Lin Mingtang's body flashed, and he turned into a black shadow that zigzagged forward in the air. His speed was fast, and his trajectory was unpredictable, making it even harder to lock onto him. After the finger force was broken, Lin Mingtang felt that the opponent's strength was not weak. Therefore, he used all his strength. When he defeated Lu Zhengming just now, he didn't even use half of his strength. Blackwater sect. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. He had even killed an early-stage 9th level mortal realm elder, not to mention a mere mid-stage 3rd level mortal realm disciple. Not to mention, he had already killed quite a few Blackwater sect disciples before. One more wouldn't make a difference. He didn't even draw his sword, because there was no need to. Using his finger as a sword, Chen Zong lightly pointed in the air. Every movement of his was clear in the eyes of the 3, but it had a unique rhythm that was pleasing to the eyes. Behind the beautiful scene, there was a monstrous killing intent and terror. The air was like the surface of water being touched. Layers of ripples spread out and quickly spread out. There was a chi-chi sound that sounded like a sharp sword piercing through the air. But when Lin Mingtang heard this sound, it was already too late. The space between his eyebrows had already been pierced by the sword chi. Plop! His whole body fell from the air. Senior Brother Lin, the other Blackwater sect disciple, was shocked. After a sorrowful cry, He quickly turned around and used his movement technique, running away as if he wished he had a few more pairs of wings. Chapter 767. Lu Jingming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His face was full of complicated emotions. Before, he had looked down on Qinzong, but now he was saved by him. Qinzong's strength was so strong that he was no match for him at all. He couldn't even take one move from him. Being saved by someone he looked down on, this feeling was very sullen. It almost drove Lu Jingming crazy. Suddenly, he chopped out his saber. The crimson saber light broke the ground for hundreds of meters, leaving a shocking saber mark. It just happened to split Lin Mingtong's body. After several deep breaths, Lu Jingming's expression returned to normal, but his heart was not calm at all. Qinzong didn't care what Lu Jingming was thinking. Saving Lu Jingming was just a matter of convenience. It didn't matter to Qinzong whether he killed one more or one less person from the Blackwater sect. His body was like the wind and lightning, leaving a trail of dust behind him. This world was not small and had existed for many years. Even if the spiritual qi was not rich enough, after a long time, there would be a lot of spiritual medicine. In addition, there were some ores and metals for forging weapons, and so on. As long as there was something of value, Qinzong would not let it go. He restrained himself when he encountered people from the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. After all, these two forces were of the middle grade, the same level as the Red Valley and the Liu family. Their strength was on par with each other, so they were not as overbearing as the Blackwater sect. Since they didn't attack, Qinzong naturally wouldn't kill people at will. He was not a homicidal maniac. Gradually, Qinzong approached the center of the secondary world. A group of palaces was located in the center of the secondary world. There were dozens of palaces, and each of them was of different sizes. However, they were all similar in appearance. They were square in shape, and they gave off a grand and majestic feeling. Thousand Refining Palace. The eldest disciple of the Blackwater sect, Han Xiuxia, said word by word. Then, with an evil smile, he strode forward. He exerted his strength, but the closed door did not move at all. Han Xiuxia's expression changed slightly. The Blackwater True technique was operating at full force, and a black aura emanated from his body like a surging tide, converging towards his arms. It looked like a black python coiling around him. With a loud bang, both of his palms slammed onto the closed door. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to push the door. However, the door only trembled slightly and showed no signs of opening. No matter how hard Han Xiuxia tried, he was still unable to push open the door. Han Xiuxia frowned as he stared at the door. He then looked around to see if there was any mechanism that could be activated. However, he couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. He simply took out his identity medallion and sent a message to the elders and deacons of the Blackwater sect, telling them to hurry over as quickly as possible. Xiuxia want me to rush to the center of this world as soon as possible. Why? The elder at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm, who was leading the team, frowned slightly and kept his identity token. Xiuxia would never speak without thinking. Looks like there's an emergency. With that, the elder rushed to the center of the secondary world as fast as he could. Similarly, the other elders, deacons, and even disciples of the Blackwater sect who received the message also put down their other matters and rushed to the center. The Blackwater sect had a purpose in rushing to the center of this world, but the other forces were also rushing to the center of this world by chance. Because someone saw the group of palaces again. The 1,000 Refining Palace. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we won't be able to get any benefits. The two disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle stared at the figures outside the 1,000 Refining Palace with flickering eyes. They were from the Blackwater sect. Send a message to the elders and tell them to hurry over as soon as possible. They made a prompt decision and sent the message immediately. Soon, the four forces all received the message and rushed to the center of this world. Only Qinzong didn't know, because Qinzong's identity token was from the Tai Yuan Sky sect and had nothing to do with the Liu family of the Red Valley. But coincidentally, Chunzong was also heading to the center. With his extraordinary eyesight, Chunzong saw the outline of a group of palaces. Palaces? His heart skipped a beat. If this was the case, it meant that there were good things in the palaces. As he got closer, Chunzong also saw a group of people gathered in front of the palaces. Judging by their attire, there were people from the Blackwater sect, the Lu family of the Red Valley, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. Almost half of them were gathered here, forming a confrontation between two sides. After all, the Blackwater sect was the strongest. If the Lu family of the Red Valley, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion weren't on the same side, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Only when the three of them worked together could the Blackwater sect have some scruples. Let's open the doors together and enter. What we can get will depend on our own abilities. The Blackwater sect's 9th level extreme mortal realm elder said in a deep voice. Although he was stronger than the others, if the Lu family, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion worked together, they would be able to fight against him. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to pay a price. There was no other way. In this trip, the Blackwater sect had 70 extreme mortal realm elders, and only 2 of them were at the 9th level. The other 9th level extreme mortal realm elder had not arrived for some reason. Otherwise, the situation would be different. Taking all the resources in the palaces alone was undoubtedly the best option. Unfortunately, the situation was different. Once they fought, although the Blackwater sect would win in the end, they would also suffer a great loss. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided to enter the palaces together and rely on their own abilities. At that time, the Blackwater sect wouldn't even need to do anything, as the 3 sides would probably fight against each other. You and I, one from each side, open the doors. The Blackwater sect's elder said, and walked out himself. Immediately, Lu Zongyi, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion's leaders all walked towards the doors. The 4 9th level extreme mortal realm elders worked together, and their palms landed on the doors together. Activating their martial arts, they instantly exerted their strength. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 9th level extreme mortal realm elders all used their 9th level extreme mortal realm elders. The doors trembled slightly and then moved backwards with difficulty, slowly opening up. As the doors opened up a small gap, a vigorous aura suddenly surged out from within. After a full 15 minutes, the doors were opened up to a gap that was only big enough for 1 person to enter. The 4 of them then stopped. This was enough. After all, opening the doors used up too much of their energy. They quickly took out some pills and consumed them to recover their cultivation. The Blackwater sect's people should go first. The Blackwater sect's elder said as he used the pills to recover his cultivation. Although the other 3 forces were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. After all, they didn't want to have a conflict with the Blackwater sect. Moreover, when they entered the secondary world, just now, the Blackwater sect's people were the first to enter. Coincidentally, Han Qiuxia saw Chunzong, who was approaching. He was slightly stunned, surprised that Chunzong was still alive. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on his face. His palm lightly slid across his neck, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes as he closed in on Chunzong. Chunzong smiled slightly, not afraid at all. This Han Qiuxia was only at the peak 3rd level mortal realm. Even if he cultivated an ultimate rank spiritual skill, he wouldn't be a match for Chunzong. Moreover, the Blackwater true skill was only an upper rank spiritual skill. Not long after, the 50 people from the Blackwater sect all entered the palace. Let's go. As soon as Lu Zongyi finished his words, he immediately led the disciples of the Lu clan towards the gap in the doors of the palace. At the same time, the people from the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion also rushed over. No one wanted to be left behind, just like when they entered the secondary world. Chunzong once again protected Lu Zhenru, allowing her to enter the palace smoothly. For Chunzong, this was a piece of cake. As the light dimmed and brightened, everyone stepped into the palace. The people from the Blackwater sect were the first to enter. They had already left the first palace and were heading towards other places. Chunzong naturally wouldn't move with the people from the Liu clan. Once again, he left alone and stepped into another palace. In the first palace, there was nothing. However, in the second palace, Chunzong found a pile of spiritual sources. There seemed to be about 1,000 low-grade spiritual sources. Apart from Chunzong, 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle also found this pile of low-grade spiritual sources. Get lost. We want this pile of spiritual sources. Get lost now, or don't blame us for being rude. The 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle threatened Chunzong with their swords. Chunzong's response was even more direct. He quickly put away the 1,000 low-grade spiritual sources. Then, with a stroke of his finger, a sword radiance broke through the air. The swords of the 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle flew out of their hands. They were directly injured, and the sword wounds on their chests were dripping with blood. Both of them were horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. One finger, just one finger was enough to injure both of them. His strength was much stronger than theirs. Die, or leave the mustard seed bag and get out of here. Chunzong gave them 2 choices. Although they were unwilling, the 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle chose the second option. They left the mustard seed bag and left the palace. Sent a message to the elders. That's right, let the elders kill him. After the 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle walked out of the palace, they immediately took out their ID badges. Their reactions were all within Chunzong's expectations. The elder from the Thunder Saber Castle was at the mid-stage of the extreme mortal realm. However, he only practiced a middle-grade spiritual skill because the highest level of the Thunder Saber Castle was middle grade. Even if the elder had practiced an upper-grade spiritual skill, Chunzong was not afraid. This was confidence. After putting away the pile of spiritual sources and the 2 mustard seed bags, Chunzong went to the next palace. There were dozens of palaces, but there were more people entering them. Even if each person had 1 palace, it would not be enough. Competition was inevitable. We, the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, found these first. You better leave. Otherwise, don't blame us. The 2 from the Spiritual Heart Pavilion glared at the 2 from the Thunder Saber Castle. Are you kidding? We found them first. The people from the Thunder Saber Castle sneered. If that's the case, then let's see who's stronger. The people from a Spiritual Heart Pavilion were not so good-tempered. This was how cultivators were. No matter how good-tempered they were, when they encountered resources that were useful to them, they would not easily give them away. Unless the difference in strength was too great, they would always have to make a move to determine the winner. The people from the Spiritual Heart Pavilion and the Thunder Saber Castle unsheathed their weapons and attacked each other. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 768. Chunzong estimated that there were about 3,000 spiritual sources, but they were all low-grade ones. With a flash, Chunzong appeared next to the pile of spiritual sources. Without saying anything, he put the spiritual sources into his virtual ring. As for the disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the disciples of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, they didn't even have time to react. "Ooh, how dare you steal from us? Kill him!" The disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion stopped fighting and rushed toward Chunzong. 2 beams of saber light shot toward Chunzong like lightning, and 2 beams of sword light shot toward him from the side. The saber arts of the Thunder Saber Castle were based on the strength of the saber. They emphasized that the saber should be as fast as lightning. The power of the saber would be released in an instant, which was very powerful. On the other hand, the sword arts of the Spirit Heart Pavilion were based on lightness and agility. They were fast and good at attacking from different angles. Both sides had their own strengths. When they worked together, the power was even more shocking. Even those who were slightly stronger than them might not be able to handle it. However, Chunzong was much stronger than them. The gap between them was too big. Using his finger as a sword, Chunzong made a stroke, as if he was writing with a brush. The sword light flashed, shocking the world. The four disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. The saber light and sword shadows were all shattered, and the four of them flew backward with a sword wound on their chests. The wound was so deep that the bones could be seen, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Damn it! One of the disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle was furious. He quickly took out a silver ball and threw it toward Qinzong. The silver ball flew over with a dazzling light. It turned into a beam of saber chi and shot toward Qinzong like lightning. Qinzong's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of danger filled his body. Without hesitation, he shot out many beams of sword chi toward the saber light. At the same time, Qinzong performed the Xian Heart transformation to the extreme and quickly dodged to the side. With a boom, the lightning blade light shattered all the sword chi and slashed past Qinzong. The terrifying aura caused half of Qinzong's body to be in pain, as if it was being torn apart. Shortly after, he felt numb. The blade light slashed on the wall of the palace, leaving a deep blade mark. Qinzong couldn't help but feel scared. This saber attack was too powerful. If he had been hit, he would have been dead for sure. Qinzong would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. He took out the red jade sword, and a beam of red sword light flashed and cut through the sky, cutting to the heads of the disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion. Killing to kill 4 people. Originally, Qinzong didn't want to kill them. To kill, kill, to kill, to kill, kill, to kill, the people to kill, to kill, to kill, 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 kill. Some people were killed, and some were killed. Some of them were smart enough to leave as soon as they realized something was wrong. They didn't want their things because it was more important to stay alive. Only by staying alive could there be hope. Otherwise, if they died, it would be useless no matter how many things they got. Qinzong stepped into another palace. Facing him, a beam of sharp light landed on his body. It was the peak mortal realm elder from the Thunder Saber Castle. Since you didn't kill any of our disciples, hand over your mustard seed bag, and I can spare your life. The Thunder Saber Castle elder said in a domineering tone. His eyes seemed to contain shocking lightning. Just now, the 2 disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle had already reported Qinzong's appearance to the Thunder Saber Castle elder. Therefore, the Thunder Saber Castle elder could recognize Qinzong at first glance. What he didn't know was that 2 disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle had already been killed by Qinzong. Otherwise, he would have killed Qinzong directly. Qinzong had always been the one robbing others of their mustard seed bags. But now, someone wanted to rob his mustard seed bag. He couldn't help but laugh. It seems like you don't want to. Since that's the case, there will be one more dead soul under my blade. The elder of the Thunderblade Castle was enraged. Dense electric arcs jumped around his body, which looked extremely terrifying. He straightened his palm like a saber and chopped down in the air. The terrifying thunder saber light shot out like lightning. At the 9th LV of the extreme mortal realm, even a casual attack would be very powerful. Qinzong had to be careful. He unsheathed the red jade sword and stabbed out, shattering the saber light. Like a shooting star, it pierced through the sky towards the Thunder Saber Castle elder's forehead. You are courting death. The Thunder Saber Castle elder was furious. The thunder saber on his back turned into a bolt of lightning and jumped into his hand. Then he fiercely chopped down. The shocking saber light with terrifying thunder turned into a scorching hot lightning. It was extremely violent and destructive. Qinzong's hair stood on end. His body changed, and his long sword split into countless swords, stabbing towards the Thunder Saber Castle elder from all directions. The saber light was shattered. The sword shadows dispersed. The sabers and swords clashed. The sabers and swords used by both of them were low-grade spiritual weapons. On Chaotian Island, spiritual weapons were extremely precious. On the Blue Waves continent, spiritual weapons were of similar value. The only difference was that it was easier to obtain spiritual sources on the Blue Waves continent. Therefore, Many extreme mortal realm warriors had low-grade spiritual weapons, but not all of them. For example, most of the extreme mortal realm warriors that Chunzong had killed were still using level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons. The more the Thunder Saber Castle Elder fought, the more shocked he became. This person's aura clearly showed that he was only at the 4th LV of the extreme mortal realm, but the power contained in his sword was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his exquisite sword art, he was actually able to fight evenly with the Thunder Saber Castle Elder. You are not from the Liu family of the Red Valley. What is your background? After the Thunder Saber Castle Elder attacked with his saber, he quickly retreated. With his saber in hand, he looked surprised. I am indeed not from the Liu family of the Red Valley. Chunzong replied calmly. As for his background, Chunzong didn't say anything. He didn't want to say it, and there was no need to say it. The Thunder Saber Castle Elder wanted to get angry, but he couldn't do anything. Indeed, with his strength, he couldn't do anything to Chunzong unless he used a forbidden art. However, the side effect of the forbidden art was too great. It would cause his cultivation level to drop. Unless he was in a desperate situation, he would never use it. With a change of thought, the Thunder Saber Castle Elder held his saber and retreated step by step. He stared at Chunzong, afraid that Chunzong would attack him. Seeing the Elder retreating, Chunzong didn't chase after him. After this fight, Chunzong could feel that the Elder's spiritual power was very pure. It was very close to the early 9th LV of the extreme mortal realm Elder from the Blackwater sect that he had killed before. In addition, the Elder had reached the mid-mortal realm. His overall strength was even stronger. Although he could kill him, it would take some time. Now, time was precious. Since the Elder retreated, Chunzong didn't chase after him. He quickly went to the next palace. As for the things in this palace, they naturally belonged to Chunzong. Between the palaces, some were only separated by a door, while others were separated by an open space or a garden. After Chunzong rushed out of the palace, he was shocked to find that there was a garden in front of him. Spiritual Herbal Garden. The 3 large characters were written in bold strokes, filled with an ancient charm. Spiritual Herbal Garden, a place to grow spiritual herbs. Chunzong was delighted. He sped up and turned into a shadow, rushing into the garden. What he saw was a withered and barren land. This spiritual herbal garden was basically abandoned. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Immediately, his eyes lit up. He was attracted by what was in front of him and approached in a flash. This was a blood-red grass about half a meter tall. There were a total of 9 blades of grass that looked like a blooming flower. Each blade of grass was about 2 fingers wide, thick, and crystal clear. One could vaguely see a red light flowing through the blades of grass, like a rainbow streaking across the sky. After quickly searching through his memory, Chunzong showed a touch of joy. So it's this. No wonder the other spiritual herbs around it withered. Chunzong couldn't help but say secretly. This blood-red grass was called 9 Blood Rainbow. It was a middle-grade spiritual herb. The 9 Blood Rainbow's medicinal properties were very overbearing. It was also very overbearing and strange. If there were spiritual herbs around it that were of lower grade, their medicinal properties would be absorbed by it. If there were spiritual herbs of a higher grade, its medicinal properties would flow to them. It was very strange. Obviously, the withered spiritual herbs around it were all absorbed by the 9 Blood Rainbow. That was why they withered. This 9 Blood Rainbow was probably one of the top middle-grade spiritual herbs. Good. Chunzong immediately began to carefully pick the 9 Blood Rainbow. The value of a middle-grade spiritual herb was at least 100 times that of a low-grade spiritual herb. A top middle-grade spiritual herb like the 9 Blood Rainbow was even more valuable. A little damage would not only cause a loss of value, but also a loss of medicinal properties. It took Chunzong half an hour to pick the whole 9 Blood Rainbow. In addition to the 9 half-meter-long leaves, its roots were even more amazing. There were hundreds of them. The longest was 10 meters, and the shortest was 2 meters. They were densely scattered all over the ground. Chunzong, on the other hand, had plucked the entire plant without damaging its roots. Its medicinal properties were at 100%. Without hesitation, Chunzong put it into the virtual ring. What a pity. If only I could get a spiritual herb weapon, Chunzong said secretly. A spiritual herb weapon was a unique weapon. It had no offensive ability and could not protect itself. Its only function was to nurture spiritual herbs. If the spiritual herbs were kept in the mustard seed bag, it would be fine for a short time. If it was kept for a long time, its medicinal properties would be lost little by little until it finally withered. If it was kept in a virtual ring, it could be kept for a longer time, but it could not avoid the loss of medicinal properties. Only by keeping it in a spiritual herb weapon could its medicinal properties be preserved, and it could be nurtured and slowly strengthened over time. However, although there was no suitable spiritual herb weapon, Chunzong did not have to worry about the medicinal properties of the nine-blood rainbow being damaged if he kept it in the virtual ring for at least 100 years. He believed that within 100 years, he could get a spiritual herb weapon. Perhaps in less than 100 years, the nine-blood rainbow would be refined and absorbed by him. Only by refining it into an elixir can the medicinal properties of the nine-blood rainbow be maximized, Chunzong said secretly. After leaving here, he would go to find an alchemy master. Getting a nine-blood rainbow, Chunzong was very happy. This trip could be regarded as a fruitful one. Stepping over the spiritual herb garden, Chunzong stepped into the next palace. Oh, it seems that your little life is destined to end in my hands. A somewhat evil voice came into his ears. Han Xiuxia's cold eyes fell on Chunzong, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Maybe it's the other way around. Chunzong responded unhurriedly. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.